Hey guys, this is Dave with BTM Reviews. We are here tonight to have some more conspiracy theory topics. Tonight we're going to talk about civilizations that I think we have written documentation of, but modern archaeologists don't believe they existed. So we're going to get into that stuff. But first thing we got to do is Jim Satala just has this knack for pissing off the internet, and he did a quick video today. He did a quick video today of his Goodying book, and I want to get his opinion on the show. So we're going to start off with that, and then we'll bring on Wode also, and we'll start getting to the conspiracy theory stuff. But let's see what we got here. We got Low Watermark. What's up, Low Watermark? I sent Low Watermark the link. How you doing, Jeremy? Real Nerd Review. How are you, sir? Lethal back in the house. Nicholas, hail, sir. Julio's Scissors. Julio, you D&D-ing tonight, buddy? Let's all support Jim. You got it. What's up, Grim Jim and Immortal? Immoral fat 40 ounce. So, Jim, you were right. This weeded mash. Oh, so good, man. So good. So anyway, Jim.
Hey, how's it going?
It's got a high alcohol content in this little
bottle.
Oh,
yeah, it's good stuff, though, man. It's white lightning, buddy.
57% for a Buffalo Trace product is high. So anyway, let's bring on Wode, and then we want to get your reaction to the book, obviously, and then the fallout from your reaction after you give us your reaction. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Sure. We'll take it one.
Yeah. So, how you doing, Wode?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? How you doing?
How many chupacabras have you herded?
At least 7.
No shit.
That's my standard answer.
Does your camera not work so we can never see them on tape or video?
They're purple, so they're invisible.
Ah,
yeah.
Yes. Yes. Very, very good.
You got to be careful when you milk them, though. You got to make sure you got the females.
I thought they were asexual.
What is a woman?
Right.
Well, apparently they have a dick and they can box now.
Apparently what, Jim?
Apparently now a woman can have a dick and box now.
Oh, is that a new thing?
Yeah, it is. A dude just won female. No. See, that's the lie that they tell you. Like that Brittany Griner. Remember when they said, "Oh no, it's a girl. She just has this weird thing where it's just weird. It's not. She has XY chromosome and all that, but you know, she's not a dude. She doesn't have a dick. But somehow she made a baby with a chick without a dick. Huh.
Well,
yeah. Newsflash. She's got a dick. That makes her a dude. Sorry, I don't care what size of the dick is. You know, it's a dick. It makes sperm and made
it. This is the age of you get to identify what you are yourself.
Son of a bitch, we shouldn't be talking about this stuff. It's gonna get me in trouble.
You said it.
I know. Damn it, Jim. Hey, let's cut that part out. Cut that part out.
No. Yeah. It's unbelievable that they're letting this stuff happen. Wode. They're putting these females in life and death situations that they didn't sign up for. And they're letting people that don't have to train at all to even compete with these women that train all the time just to get to where they're at. It's kind of gross. It is gross.
Have you ever seen the video of she was a world champion kickboxer and she fought a amateur male who was like the same weight class and everything, but I think she'd never been defeated or whatever, and she had a bunch of knockouts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she made it out of round 1 with the dude.
You mean like the 14-year-old boys beating a women's soccer team?
The Olympic,
were they
the World
14 or were they
Championship.
12?
I think they were 12. They were under 14. So
Under
it was like 12 and 13-year-olds.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. All right. So, how was your day today, Jim? Did you do anything exciting?
I just took my grandson in a pool, read Goodying.
Made a video?
Made a video, tried to make a video, failed miserably at the making of the video. It was, and I still put it out though, because I was like, fuck it. You know,
Did you make it? You made it for Twitter though, not your YouTube channel?
No,
right?
I made it for my YouTube channel. I recorded it on I recorded it on StreamYard, and I'm like, okay, I should be able to just upload this. And I'm like, I couldn't figure out how to upload. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I had to publish it on YouTube as a video, and that took like 15, 20 minutes for a 10-minute video to publish. So I'm like, this is fucked. I'm not gonna ever do that again. I'll just make a video and then I'll just like schedule a live stream or premiere or something different. Maybe I did that on X, and then I was able to take the video from. I downloaded the video again from YouTube, and then uploaded that to Rumble. But I got to get some kind of software. Vito told me to get. I don't shit. Vito told me to get Adobe Premiere and that to use. He says it's real easy. Then you can chop up the video. It's real easy to clip stuff out and make it a coherent video without gaps and stuff. And so I'm gonna try that.
Isn't that like $400 though?
So it seems like it costs money. Yes.
I don't think Adobe Premiere is cheap.
It's not. It's not at all. It's pretty expensive.
I think it's a couple $100 a year.
I think it's $360 a year.
Yeah. So we'll see. You know, I'll just have to buy less fucking Rainbow the Brute toys, I guess.
Might be more like 600. I can't remember. I think the price, because in today's economy, with prices being as they may, I think it might have gone up to like $50.
Yeah, like
I know I have OBS.
Money has no value today, right? Like
Yeah.
I can't figure out how to use it. I need something that's retard proof.
DaVinci Resolve.
DaVinci Resolve, yeah, it's hard.
Nicholas was pulling that up. Yeah, DaVinci Resolve, the free version, is actually really good.
Vegas Pro.
It's
Last time I was in Vegas,
man.
last time I went to Vegas, I walked away like 30 grand lighter. I don't know about Vegas being free.
You use DaVinci Resolve, Wode?
Yeah, but I suck at making videos, so
I just have a hard time
pretty nice,
navigating
though.
the software, dude. It's like
you've heard the term people skill. If you don't practice, you forget where everything is. That's definitely true with
the
all
upside
of
with
all of
DaVinci
it.
though is free, and they have a bunch of great video tutorials. Like they
yeah,
walk you through everything.
Yeah, there's a ton of good resources.
Vegas
Yeah.
Pro. Oh, he's like, didn't say free.
Thanks,
I
Nicholas.
don't even know what it is. I don't even know what Vegas Pro is. Like I said, the last time I was in Vegas with pros, I was like 30 grand lighter when I left.
All right, so Jib, let's get to your thoughts on Goodying.
Okay. It's an origin story of Cato Goodying, and we found out that Mike Barrett gave him his first name, Cato. He didn't have a first name when he took the character. It starts off when he's like young, and it follows him through his schooling and stuff. It moves really fast, which is good in a way because you're not like bogged down in any bullshit. Turns out he's not gay. He gets married in there. He's got a wife. It's kind of weird almost too. Like now that I think about it, like the wife is almost like she's stalking him, and everywhere he turns, she's there. And then he ends up marrying her, and almost makes me wonder if she's spying on him or something.
Okay.
And he's like in fourth grade doing calculus and stuff like that. His wife's a weird. Okay.
Don't read the chat while you're doing your talk.
All right.
Low watermark's gonna fuck with you.
All right. I'll shut it off. And let's see. And his like main, like he comes up with, like when he's a kid, like his first idea of something he wants to make is something to block out the sound of like bass from car stereos when they're driving out, like boom, 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 boom. So it's kind of odd.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's Eric's idea or Mike's. who wants to get rid of base in the base blocker or something. I think they call it.
They want to remove bass in music?
Yeah, some kind of thing where it does something where it creates a force field to block it. I don't know if it's blocking it on your car or the car that's doing it. That's not really explained because people are complaining, saying it's taken away their freedom of expression. And then some kind of knife he creates that somehow infuses meat into the blade. I don't understand. Anyway, I'm getting tied up in the weeds here.
But
I thought the art was.
He's like a MacGyver guy. He's a tech guy. He makes weird stuff, and
he's like Sheldon Cooper meets Thomas Edison.
Okay,
maybe. But if you believe Thomas Edison invented shit, didn't steal it from someone,
so he's more like Tesla than Edison.
Tesla. There you go, Tesla, yeah. And Sheldon Cooper meets Tesla. If you don't know who Sheldon Cooper is, he's the guy from Big Bang Theory. Anyway, and the story moves around, it moves good, and then he's like got this kid that starts picking on him in middle school or high school. I can't remember if it's middle school or high school. And he keeps saying, "Oh, I'm gonna solve it. I'll take care of it. Don't do nothing." And so he tapes some thumbtacks to his stomach, facing out like a book of thumbtacks. And when a kid punches him, his hand gets all cut up, and that's how he solves that problem. And then he graduates and he gives a weird speech about Rome and stuff, which is kind of odd too, because Mike gave his speech about Rome in the beginning of the book, like in his foreword, his letter. It's got this whole thing about Rome and Cato and calling Eric like Athena or anyway, whatever.
You don't have to rush, dude. Take your time.
I'm getting sidetracked.
We're not in a hurry.
The more I talk about it,
I demand a synopsis now, Jim.
Anyway, so this kid that picks on him, Cato gets hired by a company and they pay for his schooling, and the company's called Madwire. So it's kind of like the same thing as Projexis almost. And there's some odd names in there again with weird spellings that you're like, but nothing crazy. And so he works for this company, and then something happens where there's like a falling out, and he wants to get away from the company because they're like, everything you make while you were with us, we own. That's part of our contract. So he must not have read his contract too well, which is odd. If he's so smart, how he didn't read the contract. But then again, who reads contracts? I don't know. Most people just sign. Whatever.
Okay.
And then his first invention after he leaves the company is the boombox blocker thingy.
Okay, so
then he does some other stuff where he invents things, and then he puts out. It doesn't ever say. I don't remember seeing anything in the book about him charging anyone for the services.
Oh, the $50 a month thing?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that anywhere in the book. I just saw there was like an ad where they said, from now on, all fires we're going to handle all fires. We're going to monitor it with our radar and stuff, and we'll come put the fires out.
Okay, then, so what did the base blocker add to the story? Was it just
it's just something in there? It's just something say like that he invented. Like
was it an income source for him?
I don't know. It didn't really say he's. Did it say?
Dirty capitalist.
I don't. I didn't really think that was too relevant to the story.
Right.
I mean, the story about the guy, this Hodges, I think is Ron Hodges, I think is his name, that becomes Splatterpuss, which I don't know who came up with that name. It's not like wasn't there a fucking Splatterpuss that was in that?
It sounds like a
Scooby
Doo. It sounds like
a
Scooby Doo.
Snagglepuss. That's right, Snagglepuss.
Stage left even. Oh,
yeah. Right. It sounds like an old Tex Avery cartoon character.
Splatterpuss's superpower is he squirts.
Yeah. Like I don't know. I mean, I think the art's okay. Like none of these people look like 3D assets to me. I mean, I don't know if there's any in the background. I'm not really that But,
You're not
yeah,
an artist, right?
Yeah, I'm not an artist. But yes, but the story about hold on a
How
second.
you doing, Jin Wong? Bazinga, Sheldon Cooper.
Now that I say that, some of these faces kind of look. Anyway, I don't want to make any aspersions on anything. Some of the faces kind of look like they might have been copied from person to person.
Well, you're allowed to make expressions. You spent money, dude. If
I
it
know, but
looks like
I didn't.
shit.
You know, it doesn't look like shit. That's what I'm saying. Like this
Can you see?
it made me. Yeah, it made me feel.
Hold on. Ah, shit.
You know, it gave me feelings like I was 13 again reading The Punisher.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just because it moves fast. Boom, 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 boom. Stories going. Moving on. And then it had a little jump page where you start reading like another story where you're following the other person. Splatterpuss or Ron Hodges, whatever his name is. I mean, they don't really explain how he got his powers, how this guy got his powers, because they he gets kicked out of the military. This guy goes into the military, and him and the guy get kicked out of the military for something with drugs. It looks like they did something where they were like robbing a drug dealer. They were doing something when they were robbing this drug dealer, and so they get kicked out. I mean, and all this happens like this guy coming into the military and getting kicked out of the military happens in 4 pages.
Who's Splatterpuss?
Yeah. So I mean, it's not
How
it
thick
moves.
is the book? How many pages is a book?
I didn't count, but it doesn't seem like it's that long.
Does his villain origin story involve a glory hole in a truck stop restroom?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. And like Goodying's training to become a fighter is 1 page.
What?
Yeah.
That was his.
I mean, come on. What's it supposed to be? A whole book?
Well, no. I mean, you might maybe you do some flashbacks in a couple pages. You know what I mean? You go like have a conversation and you flash back like they do with Batman.
Yeah, but I mean, here I'll show you. This is them parachuting into some drug lab or something, and then like this is the bad guy, Splatterpuss, before he's the bad guy, and then like there's some drugs that they're stealing or something. You kind of get that. There's no word bubbles there. It's just kind of like this. They're doing this, and then the next page is him getting kicked out of the military.
Any reasons?
Well, I mean, you could see him taking drugs and putting it in his jacket there.
Taking drugs from the infirmary or whatever?
No, from like they were raiding like a cartel, maybe.
Oh, okay. So he was like a bad cop.
Yeah, he was like a bad cop.
Okay.
And so there's that, and then like immediately, like 4 days after he's convicted, this guy tells him, hey, this Procurement Incorporated, like this. Here's this thing, like I'm Gunther Morgan. This is WHILCE Xavio EXAVIO. It's like, what the fuck? Come on, just get a name I can fucking pronounce, please.
He has the worst names in comics, dude. It's not even close.
Wild Excavio. I don't know what the fuck, man. Come on. With consonants all over him. I mean, because like all the businesses he names really easy. Procurement Incorporated. Gee, what do? They procure things. Wow. That's real easy. So why not call the fuck guy?
That's if Mike came up with a name. If Eric came up with a name, he don't know what words mean. So I don't even know if he knows what procurement means. But if Mike got to write it, then yeah, he knows what it means.
But
$5 from Julio. Splatterpuss? Yeah. Like, what a name, man. What a name. All right, so what's the conflict between Splatterpuss and Goodying? Are we getting there? Is like
what happens is like here, this is the thing I don't understand. Like so Hodges or Splatterpuss, before he's Splatterpuss, gets sent by this company they hired to go for something. They're like a bio lab. And so he parachutes into this bio lab, and there's some kind of guy in there that's getting something. They're working on him. And so they come in and they want all the stuff. And then while he's in there getting it, the place gets hit by lightning, and he gets hit by lightning. all right, or zapped. And then it's like he's coughing and he gets his partner out. Now the guy that was in there that was like the specimen, they don't take out or anything. They leave him in there. And then it takes him 3 hours to get to the helicopter for some reason. And then all of a sudden the next thing that you come across of them is he's in a hospital bed and he's touching people and able to make them do things with their heartbeat and stuff. And so they don't really explain how that happened. Like, what was it? Was it something to do with the experiments they were doing on these people? Is it that he got hit by lightning? Is it like, I don't know. But anyway, it's not that big of a deal, I guess. I mean,
you mean not knowing how they got their powers isn't a big deal? Kind of a big
well, it
deal.
is, but I mean, it's not that big deal writing this book. I mean,
well, you said it's a one-off.
Base Jammer. Well, supposedly it's a one-off. It's not written like a one-off, though. That's the thing. Like, I would buy issue 2 of this to see where this goes. I mean, I liked it. I'm just going to be honest. I liked it. I liked the story. It's not perfect. It's not fucking Shakespeare or Othello or anything like that, but it's a comic book. I was interested. Like, it wasn't, it kept moving forward, kept moving the story forward with something. And like, he develops some kind of suit, which they don't really explain how he develops the suit that could stop bullets and everything.
Who can? Who built the suit?
Goodying.
So why does he need to build a suit that stops bullets? Is there a threat coming that he knows of or something? I thought he was just like the local handyman.
Yeah, and I don't understand this. Like, it says, like, he created Goodying Saber, which infuses meat while you cut, is flying off the shelves. I don't understand. I don't understand what that means. Infuses meat while you cut. What?
So, like, you know how
infuses it with what? Infuses it with medicine? Is that what they're like?
Or no, maybe it. Like they had those. Like, you can infuse your meat before and then you let it sit all night, and they inject it or whatever.
Yeah, like you inject a turkey with dark butter and stuff.
Goodying Saber, which infuses meat while you cut, is flying off the shelves. At first I thought maybe it was something to do.
Does it look like it holds like
some kind of little capsule? Maybe it does something like it puts something in the meat
flavor stuff. Yeah. So it seasons your meat as you cut.
I don't know.
That'd be kind of cool though.
He was so successful that they made a TV show about Goodying, and that's this guy right there. They're showing like he's watched himself on his TV show. They made a TV show about him, starring Sergio Manassas, inspired by true events. How one man reinvented the world.
So Goodying.
I mean, so far he created a thing that stops space and some kind of saber thing in a suit, and he reinvented the world. Anyway, I don't know. I'm talking myself out of this.
Oh,
because
it sounds totally cogent.
It sounds like a lot of just like a lot of places they take you to, but they don't really explain a whole lot. Like why does Goodying deserve a TV show? Like,
I don't know.
I don't know.
And then they don't explain how, like, here's, like, this is the guy, Splatterpuss or whatever, Hodges, I think is his name. Like, and there he's doing something to a dog. He's doing something to that guy. And I don't know because his power is red, so does that mean he's got the same power as Bloodruth? Because somehow whatever he does makes blood squirt out of people's heads and stuff.
So I knew there was squirting involved with that name.
Dude, they love fucking blood powers. Don't they? Or manipulating blood. Weird.
And Goodying tests everything on himself first. See?
So he's humane?
He tests nothing, everything he tests on himself first. So like this thingy to make sure it, protects him. That's his wife there.
But do they explain why he wants to create a bulletproof suit?
I don't know. They don't really explain that. And then And then now the guy, Splatterpuss, has got tattoos on his head. Is that a guy we've seen in another book with the tattoos on his head?
Hmm.
See it?
Yeah, I see it.
Is that from another book?
It's Captain Unemployable.
But he somehow now that guy flies, so I don't know how he flies. That's not really explained.
But Isom doesn't.
Right. And somehow there's Argentinian satellites that they were able to tap into to get pictures.
Who? The Splatterpuss guy?
No, Goodying. That's how Goodying knew who it was that killed his guy that worked for him. Was he somehow tapped into a satellite that was able to watch the stuff that was watching? I don't know. Ron fucking Hodges.
That happened. So Argentinian satellites happened to be focused on some random dude at his house.
Well, let's a story here. It's a comic.
I get you. I get you. I'm just asking questions. I want to know the plot. What is the plot?
The plot is this Goodying guy, and then people trying to steal his shit, I guess. And I don't know if they want his suit, if they want something else from him. And it's just weird though that it's his, and his bully in school that ends up being his arch nemesis guy that gets power. It's a little on the nose.
Oh, so he knows this guy from his childhood?
Oh yeah, it's the same guy that punched him in the stomach that he got cut with the tax.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll show you. In the beginning, remember I said like his first thing, he's in school and his bully's picking on him and he keeps beating him up, and then he says finally the guy keeps punching him, like here, the guy keeps punching him in the stomach, and this girl, and the same girl is with him the whole time, following him everywhere to school and everything, and they end up married. He punches him again here in this page. See? And then here he puts a thing of tax. See? Right here, tax. He puts them in under his shirt, so when the guy punches him, it gets his hand all bloody.
Oh.
So that's his first invention, is a bloody hand maker.
His tack attack.
Yeah. Tack attack.
All right, so hometown boy joins the military,
Becomes a bad guy
because he's he gets kicked out because he does some shady shit.
Mm-hmm.
Gets shocked by lightning at a chemical plant, so maybe the combination of the lightning.
It was some kind of bio. It was like a bio lab, and they had like a guy in there that was something was going on with like blood coming out. Like I don't know if he was suffering from something. They don't really. It's not really explained, or if it was like a patient, and then somehow.
What was his purpose for being there?
They were to steal some information. Some
Okay.
kind of, Cerro and what the fuck? Cerro Aconcagua, Mendoza province, near the Chilean border, 22,000 feet. And there's a storm, and they're going to get some kind of bio information about project. What's it called? Project. It's got like Project Hemorrhage or something like that.
Project Procurement.
The Procurement Inc. is going to get, and then this guy gets powers where he can make people hemorrhage.
Wow. So, fair enough.
Project Hemorrhage, everything you've got, yeah. Test subject. So they got a test subject, this guy, and he's bleeding. Like.
So does.
And then lightning, like here's the guy bleeding, and then lightning hits the building and gets them, and somehow this
hold
guy
on,
gets
Jim.
popped.
Jim, hold on. Put that back up a second. Back it up a little bit. One thing I do like is that it does not have 50,000 panels and 10 million word bubbles.
Well, right,
so
that's what I'm saying. The story moves fast. There's probably only 10 to 15 word bubbles on each 2 pages.
Right.
I mean,
and like 6 panels each page or 5 panels each page.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So, some some pages only have 1 or 2 word bubbles on them. which I don't have a problem with. You know,
No.
I don't like all the, here,
That's
look,
why-
like, here, look at this. Look at these 2 pages.
Right.
There's only 2 word bubbles on
They're
2
on a
pages.
mission. They drop them down. They get some orders. They head towards the building. Then go over to the next page. They're approaching the wall. Blah blah blah. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, because the art's telling you what's going on in the story, kind of like a movie. Whoa.
Yeah. So that, and then like it doesn't really, they don't really explain, like it doesn't say in here, like I would imagine he's selling things and making money,
But
it's
there's no
not really,
why
like,
for any of this, right? I mean, it's just being done.
well, no, like this company wanted him, and like I don't know, the company I think was taking advantage of him, and so he's working with them to make stuff, and this company makes other things. They have a bunch of people, and so I don't know. It's like, but it doesn't say like. See, it doesn't say in here what he sold this thing, because basically when he's first talking about, his contract is 3 years ago. They can sue you if you leave, and no, but there's a clause that everything I developed while working there belongs to them, even if I did it on my own time. And then his wife's like, "Oh, we'd have to downsize then," and he's like, "I have to go with my gut. I can get funding. Won't you be indebted to them? Life is full of trade-offs. It's never going to be perfect. I'd be in charge. I'd own my ideas." And then like he goes back, and they won't even let him in the building, and then he's got like this crappy rundown building, like this first building he works in here. It's
So
like
this
kind
is
of crappy.
Gooding. This is
This is
Gooding.
Gooding when he first started. Yeah, when he first started his own thing, Gooding Services.
Mhm.
And that's when he makes the thing they call the bass jammer, and then he must have made a bunch of money off the bass jammer, because there he is, and they show it, and then the knife, and then all of a sudden his building is this building now, which is all fancy and nice without broken windows and shit.
So that was in 2 pages.
In 2 pages. Now he's got like flying cars and shit, and then he got super suit.
So the base thing was for the purpose of quieting cars in the neighborhood when they drive by your house.
I would really like to talk to Eric and Mike Barron and find out if that idea is Eric's idea or Mike's idea. Because I can honestly see Mike coming up with a deal like, shut them fucking cars up. I don't want to hear the music. But for a musician, Eric,
right,
bass, that seems weird.
Yeah.
But then again, I don't know.
Well, I mean, they even tell you what the bass thing is, like what
some kind of force field, to just so people don't have to hear, because he says he hates it when these cars pull up. It's got to come from Mike Barron. I hate it when these cars pull up next to me with this loud boom, boom, boom music. Right?
I guess. I mean, I don't hear it too often, like where I live.
We in Florida, it's all over, man. They're fucking everywhere. But I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I guess I'm just not that crotchety old man yet, Wode. Maybe one day I'll get there to where I want to shut the music up, but I'm not there yet.
Tell Gooding to call me when he invents something to keep the kids off my lawn.
Exactly.
He got another invention. I missed this one. He has a laser fruit thing, so that how you got the little stickers on the fruit. He hates that, so he's got a machine that engraves it with lasers in the fruit, so you don't have to put stickers on it.
So he sells those to the fruit companies, and yeah, that's cool.
I'll call it the laser appraiser.
Okay. I mean, at least it's something. Like, okay. I guess. I don't know.
He's got some kind of med flight machine. Yeah. So there's that. But yeah, so that's it. So
let's get to. So what happens? What happens when Dickhead gets to the city? Splatterpuss.
Well, no, he just kind of goes after Gooding.
So is there a battle?
Yeah, there's a battle. It lasts 1 page. Or 2. Well, let's see. I shouldn't say 1 page. 3 pages.
Is there a build up? Is there a
or if you count it? Not really. He knows it's him. I don't know who this guy is. It says one of these excess does security. You want me to give him a call? And Cato says, no, I could do my own security. I could protect myself.
So Pastor Flash for 2 Australians says, will you be buying Goodying 2, Jim? There's not supposed to be one, though.
If there is a Goodying 2, I would buy it as long as it's written by Mike Barron.
But you'd never hear Eric say that Mike Barron's writing more books. You always hear him say Chuck Dixon. And this was supposed to be a one-off, right, Jim?
That's what they said. So yeah, so I don't know who this guy is that's telling him.
Thanks for the $2.
They're coming after him. This guy. This guy. I don't really know who that is. Telling him he should hire. He knows an except that he can hire for security, and then he says his Henzo, his AI program, told him that he can handle it himself.
So Goodying's AI told him he has the ability to beat Splatterpuss.
Well, it doesn't say. It says it's Ron. Ron Hodges, and then he says, "I can't appear to be weak." And then this guy says, "This man is a trained killer. Do you know what they call him? Splatterpuss. He could make your head explode."
I can't get over that.
Somebody told me the
man.
villain's name Splatterpuss, I'd be like, "What?" I'd laugh at the guy. Like,
and he says, "He can only kill me if he can touch me. He will come to the auditorium. I'll be ready." Did you not hear me? I said this man's a trained killer. You shouldn't be in the same zip code as this guy. Trust me. And so then he shows up in his flying suit. He's like, "Hey, Ron, how you doing? Come on in." I said, "What'd you say?" He's like, "Oh, hey, let's let bygones be bygones. Just give me your new element you created." And then he throws a plate at him and hits him in the head. And then they fight. He shoots him a bunch of times, and the bullets bounce off. And then he says, "Oh, it's impressive." Gives him a bloody nose. And then he throws a knife at the guy. Maybe this is that savior blade. And then when the guy catches it, it does something and squirts him in the face with some green stuff and knocks him out.
Now it's delicious.
And he shoots him with a
Garlic
tranquilizer
flavored.
gun and everything. And then
now the blood makes sense, and he gets some garlic in his face, so he's a vampire.
maybe.
Take that, super cute huggy man. I mean, Splatterpuss.
But see, yeah, here's the thing. It says where he puts this thing up where it says right here, like a hologram in the city telling people, "Good evening, I'm Cato Goodying. From now on, Goodying Services will extinguish all fires in this county. When you call the fire department, it will go to us." So he doesn't say he's charging for that.
Mm-hmm.
So did they change this because people were making fun? I hope they didn't change it because people were making fun of him over the charge and shit. Because that made more sense than this. Because how's he making money to pay for all this? He didn't have any money. He was poor.
He's got a
had to
meat
get-
injector. He's got a base blocker.
And they show him take.
He's so rich now from all of his inventions, he can do all this stuff for free. So, like, is he like Bruce Wayne? He doesn't have.
They took out the payment. Here it is. Our satellites pick up instantly, and we responded within 10 minutes. Fortunately, the building was largely empty, and we were able to get the remaining inhabitants out. There is no cost to you for this service. Just say Goodying firefighters into your personal device.
Well, wait a minute. Oh, that way they know there's a fire. Okay. All right.
So they took out the $49.99.
What are
yeah.
so Goodying's powers is he's an inventor, right?
Yeah, and super smart.
Right. So he's a smart inventor, okay? And he's now rich. So this guy that Splatterpuss has some super abilities, and Goodying took him out like a cocky motherfucker. Like he had no fear of this guy at all.
Yeah.
I mean, his name's Splatterpuss, Dave.
I mean, was his suit anything but bulletproof? Was it like, did it make him faster to do anything?
So I don't know. It didn't say, but apparently Splatterpuss is bulletproof too. Because Goodying was shooting Splatterpuss. Right here.
Oh, Goodying had
Blam,
a gun?
blam, blam. Gunny had a gun. He was shooting Splatterpuss, and the bullets just bounced off.
So
Maybe
if it wasn't,
I don't know if that's Splatterpuss's suit or if it's Splatterpuss's body. I don't know.
so if it wasn't for the meat infusion knife, the day
Yeah,
wouldn't
that
have been
knocked him
saved.
out. Yeah.
The day.
This shit is hurting my brain. Oh my god! You ever
You know,
want
and
to
then so
cut a
then,
delicious
you know,
brisket or defend yourself?
So right after he gets Splatterpuss, this is the page about the free now firefighting services. They don't charge anymore. I guess they changed that after people made fun of them, which don't do that. Don't just people make fun of
Right.
it. Don't change your fucking storyline.
It makes more sense for him to charge. You got to have again.
How you getting money otherwise?
Right. Well, he's a billionaire, obviously. So
No, he's not. That's the thing. He starts out poor as fuck.
But that was at the end.
Oh, maybe you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe he made enough money. Maybe he's like Elon Musk all of a sudden.
Yeah, he's going to support his community now that he's got so much money with that fancy building.
Maybe he's living off the royalties from his TV show.
Maybe he's living off the $40 that got put on his window at his warehouse, and he can support the fire department.
Maybe. But yeah. So like, and that. I don't understand now. Like they're showing this guy talking. It's like a hologram almost.
Let me get you up there. Go ahead.
It's like a hologram where he's saying Splatterpuss is in a coma. Like, is this appearing outside that hospital or is it just
like a VR headset or something?
Yeah, like a VR headset or something? I don't know. And then there's the guy that says he's the Texas Rangers and he shows up to get him and the guy's like, it's about time. And then all of a sudden the sheriff, for some reason, this like old Barney Fife sheriff dude and his partner show up to tell him that the guy escaped. Next up, the Horsemen. Welcome to Floorspar. And then Goodying says, Floorspar. How did he escape? Some guy, he was wearing a scrambler, knocked out the cameras. Splatterpuss is too valuable an asset for procurement to leave behind. Thanks for telling me. Criminals must know that we are not only impervious to their attacks, but we will meet any transgression with a swift and commensurate response. Thanks for the heads up, guys. Thanks for the coffee. That's the end. So it's there should be a part 2. Or this should have continued for another 10 or 15 pages until he was able to take down Procurement Inc. or something like.
But doesn't this is going to sound stupid, but I thought this book was going to be more about Goodying, just like solving stuff for his little town. You know what I'm saying? Follow him around in town, see what he can do to help the neighbors and all as part of his business. You know what I'm saying, Jim? Now he's a badass, like acting like Alpha Corps members, saying, we have to take these people down and all that. Why? You've got Alpha Corps. Just call them if you want that in your neighborhood. You be the friendly handyman. Be the Gomer Pyle or whatever of your fucking town and let those guys do their thing. That's what I thought. That's what I thought it was going to be, Jim. Like, he didn't have any special abilities. And maybe by the end of the book, he was overwhelmed and he had to call in reinforcements. But now he sounds like as much of a badass as the people that
it's like 65, 66 pages, so it's not short.
No.
But I mean, I read it in 5, 6 minutes. I zipped right through it. It was like, you know what I mean?
We can tell because now you're rereading it and you're going, uh-oh.
But I was interested. I'm just saying, I was interested in it. I thought it was good. I was like, okay. Going through it. And
so what's your response been on the interweb since you put up your review?
Well, let's see. Rippatards have been attacking me saying that I'm only lying about liking it because Mike Barron wrote it. And then some other people, I haven't really been attacked. People are just like, oh, did we read the same thing? What are you talking about? And they'll point out some stuff. And I'm like, well, yeah, I guess you could have that complaint. But I'm just looking at it as the story, like there's a story here. It's the story of Goodying. It doesn't start when he's a baby and follow him around. It starts at a good point and then jumps and jumps. You know what I mean? Like jumps and jumps and jumps. And so you know what?
Nice.
Like I said, I would buy issue 2. I would buy this comic book. I think this is an interesting comic book.
So it's better than Alpha Corps.
I think so.
Okay. Maybe it's because it's not convoluted with a bunch of bubbles and panels and shit that you just get lost in, where this one was easier to follow is a big reason that you like it more.
It's definitely better than ISOM 1 or ISOM 2.
Okay.
And then, do you remember anything about Bloodruth riding a dragon in ISOM 2?
No.
Okay, because in here, this is what I thought.
All I remember about Bloodruth is getting punched in the face by Yaira.
All right, here it says here. ISOM was the first among them. His real name is Avery Somam, and he has a past. They all have past, to which Eric hinted in the first 2 issues. They all he fanned his characters like a poker player with a winning hand. Aside from ISOM, there was Alpha Corps, the first Accept team up group, Darren Fontano, an old friend and Avery's and a nightclub owner, the mysterious Yaira, and even more mysterious Bloodruth, who rides around on a dragon.
A dragon.
Yeah. And of course, the tech genius Gooding. This is in his letter. And so I'm like, wow. I said, wow, what do you know? An Easter egg in here is that Bloodruth rides a dragon. That's something you didn't see in no document cards. And people are like, what are you talking about? She rode around a dragon in ISOM 2. I'm like, I don't fucking remember that.
But why wouldn't Documon mention that? Like, why wouldn't Documon mention that? Like, she rides a dragon. I got to figure out what the hell that's all about.
Where the fuck did she get a dragon?
So the major criticism regarding a review was that you liked the book because it was written by an actual writer. I think he liked the flow of the story. Oh, it's not very deep, though. The story is not very deep.
It's not a deep story. It's very surface level, but that's what a comic book is.
Sure. You're not in a bunch of convoluted bullshit. You just boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, there's a couple things they could have done a little better, but it's a comic book.
Yeah. Well, again, they don't have an editor, so, you know.
Well, this one had 6 editors.
Oh, did it now?
Yeah. It says Mike Barron, writer, Will Conrad, artist, Jay Brown, colorist, Invisible Art Studio letterer, Eric July, editor-in-chief, Jen and Sylvia Saska, lead editors, so that's 3. Kanan White, lead art editor, Andrew Rodriguez, editor, Carol Brown, associate editor.
So now they're over editing.
Maybe. I don't know. Look, I'll say good job, Rippaverse. Okay,
that's fine. You got to be fair with this stuff. We can't,
No, I just, I mean, I bought all the covers. Like, I personally, like, this cover, this is the expensive cover, the cover C.
Yeah.
Can you see that or no?
Hold on, let me solo you.
Or should I take it out of the bag?
Oh, we can see it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not very bright.
No, I don't really like it.
I don't either.
I think
I don't like it either.
This is the expensive cover. I don't like
it. I think this is the best cover.
Yeah, that looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And guess what? Your hero's facing you.
Huh? Yeah.
No,
like
way.
I don't know if this might be Kanan's cover. I'm not sure. But I like it. You know what I mean? It's got all the characters on it.
His signature's not on it anywhere?
No. No, this is Will Conrad, I guess.
Okay.
Because that's what it says in the little corner. Is this Kanan White? Which one's Kanan?
Who did the expensive cover?
Some guy, some name, I don't know. I'm sure he's somebody, but some I don't remember his name. Sounded French.
Oh.
Like, so I guess this is Kanan's cover? That don't make no sense. I guess this is Kanan's cover? It's not bad, but...
No, it's not bad. It's better than the expensive one.
Yeah, I don't like the expensive one. The expensive one is just... The colors are all fucked up.
Yeah, I don't like them. I don't like them either. We can do better.
Yeah, it's like a waste. I mean, I'm like, just to make sure I'm not fucking going crazy here. Yeah, no. See, I mean, it's not.
Jeez.
It's like all one color almost.
Yeah. Yeah. But why is Gooding so jacked? He's not that jacked, is he? He's just a guy. Isn't Gooding just a guy?
Yeah, maybe he's got a suit on underneath. Maybe he's got a suit on underneath there.
But he looks like more than that, Jimmy. He looks like he looks like super jacked.
Yeah, they should have done. They should have made this. They should have made this cover the more expensive cover and did this in a foil.
Right.
This is a better cover. That's my opinion. But then again, I could be wrong.
So yes, he is blocked.
I'm blocked.
I'm blocked too. Yeah.
But then, like a bunch of people at Rippaverse liked my review and everything, and like the Rippaverse Comics thing, and Andy Andrew, and
they did.
Knows? Yeah, maybe it'll. I don't know.
Maybe they'll realize you're an actual customer that just wants a good product. Like, isn't that a thing, Woj? Like, wow.
It's amazing.
Well,
I mean, don't we just want more good products out there?
Yeah, it's not a draw the line. It's you're not just make a good book, dude. I mean,
the problems I have with Eric July is the way he responded and what he did to people and how he acted when criticism came his way is the major problem I have with him.
Sure.
I personally didn't. I personally did. Yeah, he keeps lying. I did not like Ice on One's story. I did not like it. To me, it was not
or the art.
Well. And the art. Well, see, that's the thing. At first, I thought the art was fine because I'm not an artist. I didn't know it was all 3D assets.
The art.
I just knew there was a problem. I'm like, there's something with the art. It doesn't
sterile.
feel alive. It's sterile. It doesn't.
Yes.
It doesn't have that's. It's missing something. So I just said, and I even think I said it to, I think I said it to Dick or Vito back when it first came out when they asked me about it. Like I said, it was it's fine. It's art. I just the stories. The art's okay. The stories. Yeah.
Tim Roberts. That's the other thing too, especially. If you're Eric, you don't go on Twitter and block people. You just mute them. Mute them. The block is stupid. The mute is silent. We don't even know what happened to us, but he doesn't have to hear us talk. But when you block us, then it gives us this chip on our shoulder like, well, I just gave you a bunch of money, dude. And I'm just giving my opinion on your book, and now you're blocking me. Well, that's not cool. I don't talk about shit I don't watch. I don't watch it. I'm not going to talk about it and give my opinion. That's why I'm suffering through House of the Dragon. Holy shit. That is a fucking nightmare, Wode. Don't waste your time.
You're not liking it?
Oh God. Dude. No. It's so boring. It's so goddamn boring.
I caught a couple episodes. Definitely stuff's not happening every episode. I'll tell you that from what I can see anyways.
We're 7 episodes in, man. And we ain't seen somebody stab anybody with a sword except for 2 brothers when they killed each other. That was it. It's only sword fights we've seen. We've seen a bunch of dragons flying around. We saw one throw some flame on the ground. It's boring though, and it's just too much yappity yap. It's hibbity jibbity bullshit, just like Jim's shirt.
I wouldn't get your hopes up for the finale. It got leaked, and people are not happy.
The finale's been leaked.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's going to blow hard. Because like we said the other day, Julio, right? Like usually season the second to last episode is a penultimate, right? Like that's the big battle scenes and all that stuff.
All the HBO shows are like that. Wire, Sopranos, Dragon. Like the next to last episode
Game
is
of
the
Thrones,
big one.
yeah.
Game of Thrones. Yeah.
What are you laughing at, Jim?
Nothing.
Yes,
Splatterpuss.
Splatterpuss.
Well, the correct answer is always Splatterpuss.
All right, Jim. What are we going to go over tonight, buddy?
I'm here for the woo-woo.
I'm asking you, Jim.
What's up? You ready?
No, I'm asking, what are we going over tonight? Are you listening to the music? Are you?
No. I was listening to Black Angus in the background. and I shut him off. That's fine.
Okay.
He was talking about me, so I thought I should listen.
Okay.
It's only, Anyway,
That's only.
this is I don't know if you guys know who Jimmy Corsetti is. Bright Insight. He does a lot of stuff about like Atlantis, and he thinks the Atlantis is the Rishat structure in Africa. So on that, sounds like he's getting better.
Thanks for the review, Jim. Sounds like he's getting better. The Rippaverse.
Oh, but yeah, I just like I said, I don't know why he would change, like why he took the whole charging for the services out. That seems like an odd thing to do.
Yeah.
Like I mean that's you can't fucking let people. You can't let people bully you, like basically bully you into changing what your plan was for a character.
Right.
My opinion, I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe everyone will say that was a smart thing to do. I don't know. But I'm going to put out all fires in this county for free from now on is kind of, what?
Well, you said there's been superheroes in the past that charge for their services, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That, all right.
Fucking Deadpool did it. Fucking Luke Cage. Who else? Oh, man. There was a bunch like services, for hire people.
Right.
Anyway, so Jimmy Corsetti, he's got a video here about proof of a mysterious lost ancient global civilization spanned virtually the entire planet. Yeah, Iron Fist, but like he took that out. He took it out. It's gone. It says it's free now. He provides it for free.
Yeah, so it went from $49 a month in iSom to $49.99 once off in trailer to free in comic. Yeah, it's nuts. So he thinks that there was a civilization across the entire planet?
Yes.
Where'd Julio go?
He don't like me anymore.
Here for the woo-woo and then he left. I guess maybe that band just fucking copyright struck him.
He had to go play a gig for Splatterpuss.
Well, there is a band called Splatterpuss.
Yeah.
At all. I just heard it. Thanks, Suit. Kevin's got a good question there.
Well, maybe here's the thing.
Did they find water?
Maybe that's why maybe they were close together and then the planet expanded and now they're everywhere. Maybe.
Julio's had a power outage. That's a bummer.
It's lightning like crazy here, baby.
All right, let's get into some Jimmy Corsetti explaining his theory on why there was a civilization.
His channel is called Bright Insight on YouTube. I mean, he doesn't really need that many followers. He's got 1.7 million followers, so he's doing okay.
He could use 2 million. Go subscribe to Jimmy Corsetti.
Yeah, no, I subscribe to him. I would subscribe to him. He's a good guy. I mean, I messaged him and said, "Hey, we're going to EFAP this. I hope you don't mind." But we've watched his stuff before, and he didn't do anything about it. So I mean, I can't see him having a problem with it.
Oh, Salty's in the house. Yes, there was a very advanced civilization across the globe. When the continents were closer together, the division happened at the Tower of Babel.
Okay, so we agree.
Let's see what Mr. Corsetti says.
Okay.
What I'm about to show you will likely blow your mind, because by the end of this video, you will have seen overwhelming evidence that a mysteriously long-lost ancient human civilization once spanned virtually our entire planet. And the implications of that are incredible, because it means that what we were taught in school and is still being taught and written about in the textbooks is like really off from what actually occurred in our human history, which is both amazing and exciting when you think about it. Now I'm about to show you more than 250 amazing photos and comparisons of ancient sites from around the world, which None of them, seen by themselves, prove a widespread global civilization. But when brought together and in comparison of other ancient sites that are oceans apart, it becomes nothing short of actual proof that there really was an ancient global civilization that spanned virtually every continent around the world. And you'll be left with the awkward question, which is, how was I not aware of these details before? Why is nobody in the scientific or academic community talking about this and bringing this information to light? Like,
Pause it,
shouldn't
Jim.
this be in the news or something? Because none of
If it's true what Salty says, because they don't believe in the Bible. So Tower Babel's a Bible story, right? So yeah, if there was actually a civilization that was across the earth when the continents were closer, and it was during that period, they will not recognize it because the scientists are shitbirds in every way. Sorry to interrupt. That's just
You're
my
fine.
take.
You're fine. I'm just here learning like everyone else. Let Professor Corsetti speak.
what you're about to see is a secret. It's been right in the open for thousands and thousands of years, which is partly what makes it so mind-blowing. The widespread global extent of these similarities are what made my jaw drop, and I'm willing to bet that you'll never see these ancient sites the same way ever again. Now, before I smother you with a couple hundred photos and comparisons, let me first preface this video by pointing out that the Roman Empire is considered to have been the largest
I don't know
and
why
most
you're not on this
widespread ancient
stream right now.
civilization
This is my
ever
that's my
known to have
take all the
existed,
time.
with the Caesars controlling approximately 1 in 4 people on Earth during its height nearly 2,000 years ago. This included most all of modern-day Europe, the Mediterranean, North Africa, and various places throughout the Mideast, a vast area especially for ancient times. I show you this map because for the rest of the video, I'm going to show you dozens and dozens of striking similarities from civilizations that are not supposed to have had any contact or connection to each other at all, having been separated by oceans and continents. So with that said, here we go.
Here we
Perhaps one of the first things that comes to mind when we hear the word ancient ruins are the pyramids, yet many people are not aware that pyramids have been found throughout 5 continents around the world. Although most everyone surely is familiar with not only the Egyptian pyramids, but
Pause it,
the
Jim, and go
pyramids
back
of
10
Central America
seconds.
as well.
No, just hit the back.
Sorry.
We got to hit the
Right.
J button.
Here?
Now hit play, and I'll tell you when to pause it again. I want to see the. I want
So
to see
with
the
that
pyramids.
said, here we go. Perhaps one
No, the map
of
of
the
the
first
pyramids.
things that comes to mind when we hear the word ancient ruins are the pyramids, yet many people are not aware that pyramids have been found throughout
Pause it.
5 continents.
What's this pyramid in North America?
I don't know.
I'm just saying, I didn't know there was one. It looks tiny compared to like these down here in South America and Central America.
North.
Trying to figure out exactly where that is.
It looks like Georgia.
Looks like Missouri.
Georgia.
No, it looks like
It's a little too far
Missouri.
south.
Okay, Louisiana, Arkansas. Because here's
I'm thinking
Texas, Louisiana,
yeah.
Monk's
Mississippi.
Mound. Collinsville, Illinois.
Oh, okay.
So that's a mound, though. That's not a pyramid.
Well, maybe it's a pyramid underground. I don't know.
Well, maybe, but they don't show the pyramid in Alaska buried underground.
Yeah.
So, but I thought there were thousands of mounds in North America.
Another one. Cahokia Mounds, America's Forgotten Pyramid.
The one in Collinsville.
No, this is a different one.
That makes more sense because it's
This one is
that's
by
in St. Louis.
It's by St. Louis, yeah.
This is about where that dot is.
Yeah, that's Collinsville, Illinois. Yeah, that's where the dot is.
It's a little south for Colorado.
Yeah, it's too south
Yeah.
for Collinsville. That's too south for Missouri too. They're saying
Yeah.
I'm just looking on the interwebs here, and it's saying there's one outside of St. Louis. Are there pyramids in America?
You want to talk about ancient civilizations? There's some lore to the fact that the Temerians built a pyramid under Mount Shasta in Northern California.
Says there's one in. Hold on. pyramids. Cahoica. Hunt's Tomb. Poverty Point. Walter Pyramid.
That dot's
Monks-
got to be that Cahokia because that's right on around where St. Louis is, right?
No, that's way too far south. That's below the A in
I was going to
America.
say that's
Oh,
if you think that's St. Louis, that's Collinsville. That's right across the river from St. Louis,
Well,
Collinsville.
'cause here's Illinois. It comes to like here.
Illinois, no, it comes way down, dude. It hits the fucking
Well,
Kentucky
this is Lake
border.
Michigan. But this is
No,
Lake Michigan.
But it
Say
comes.
here's Florida. Look at here's Florida, then Georgia, then you got Tennessee and Kentucky.
No, dude, you're missing Ohio. You're missing fucking.
So I'm saying Ohio is here too. So I'm saying they're all here.
Dude,
maybe
that-
that was
like-
ballparking.
that can be
Not.
that could be Memphis, Tennessee. It could be.
I think it's too
That's-
far west to be Tennessee. This
The
is
Bass Pro Shop.
you know here's
What are you
Louisiana,
talking about?
right? Because right here, this right here, this hump right here, isn't that New Orleans, Louisiana? Right
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, this is Texas.
So
It goes
that's
up to
west of Louisiana.
Mississippi. No, Mississippi and Tennessee border each other. So this is Mississippi below it. Tennessee's right next to it. Arkansas is next to that. So, yeah,
Maybe it's Arkansas.
who cares about Ohio? I said Arkansas, but you know, Arkansas. I mean, it makes more sense for it to be Memphis or Jackson, Mississippi, or something like that, where that dot is. But go ahead, and I just didn't know what pyramids were in North America when I saw that dot. Well, that's why I wanted to see it. Like
Makes
I
sense.
never-
It does seem
I know
like it's
there-
a little off, but
I know there's mounds, but I didn't know about a pyramid.
yeah, the only one I've heard of is one I mentioned earlier, and that's under a mountain.
Yeah, right. All right,
Oh,
Jim, go.
there's one in Memphis that's the Bass Pro Shops. I think that's the one Salty was talking about.
Well, there's also one in Memphis where
Whoa.
they used to play college basketball and wrestle. They had that pyramid that they built like in 1984 or something. That was their basketball stadium.
Yeah.
That's where the
There's
Memphis Tigers used to play
there's
their
one in Marietta. That's Marietta,
Georgia.
confluence of the Muskegon and Ohio rivers. Monk's Mound is in
But those are mountains.
Collinsville. Yeah,
Right.
but they're kind of like pyramid mounds. Coles Creek.
But he's only got one dot in North America, where these other countries have many dots.
Right. Well, here. These are all some kind of pyramid things here.
Okay. So that's Louisiana, Mississippi.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's the Mississippi River, along the Mississippi River.
Yeah. Well, that would make sense. I'm sure a lot of tribal people live there, building mounds. All right, let's go. Let's hear Jimmy. He's smarter than us.
Continents around the world. Although most everyone surely is familiar with not only the Egyptian pyramids, but the pyramids of Central America as well, along with various pyramids within Southeast Asia and the country of Cambodia. But let me be clear, it is firmly stated and taught in the world of academics, historians, and archaeologists that there is no connection between ancient Egypt, Cambodia, or Central America. In fact, it is considered to be, and I quote, fringe science, pseudo-history, and pseudo-archaeology to suggest that it was possible for these ancient civilizations to have been connected across the oceans and the continents. In fact, there have been many books and scientific journals written
You say something, Dave?
Nope.
Sorry.
expressing just that. But let's take a second to compare the unique similarities between the step pyramids of Egypt, the step pyramids of Central America, and the step pyramids of Southeast Asia. Archaeologists will tell you that the similarity is simply related to the primitive structural design of the pyramids themselves, and that you start with a larger foundation and make each additional layer smaller than the one below it. They go on to explain that this is the most simple structural design possible, and it's just a matter of natural evolution within varying civilizations to come up with this design on their own, again, naturally and organically. I disagree. However, these pyramid similarities are not a main supporting argument for this video, but rather a start point. But I have to say that I do not think that these similarities are just a coincidence, especially when you consider them from a side-by-side comparison. Look and think for yourself. Here's what I would argue. That although in today's world we are separated by oceans and continents, we are still a global civilization that is absolutely connected. Regardless of country borders and different governments, and in any corner of the earth, in any major city, you will find skyscrapers. And although they're all different from each other, they're still the same exact structural concept, made of steel, concrete, and glass. Different in architecture, yes, but essentially the same nonetheless. In fact, the very first skyscraper started somewhere, which happens to be in Chicago. From there, the concept spread across the world. It is my opinion that the same thing likely happened with the pyramids. And when you see what else I have to share with you in this video, you'll understand why. And like I mentioned a few moments ago, pyramids are found across 5 continents around the world. And see what else I have to share with you.
I want you to look at something here.
Yep.
These are almost all at the same latitude or whatever. I don't know. Longitude,
Right.
latitude, whatever. The same. They're
But
pretty close.
that's a mistake, right? That's just a one of those weird things that just happened across the world, Woad. I hear that shit all the
Yeah.
time. Like,
Well, it's like he's saying, oh, well, they were doing this in all these cultures. It was just a natural evolution of archaeology or, architecture at the time. And see, look at all these skyscrapers that are out there and look how similar they look. Well, the difference is when all those skyscrapers were built, we're a global community. So people are sharing information and possibly sharing architects in between continents and building these structures in different cities. So,
I mean, isn't the equator like right here? Like right here somewhere? Right through here?
I believe so, yeah.
And so that would mean that would be like during the ice ages, that would have been the most habitable area, would have been like the first 20 or 30 degrees north and south of the equator.
Yeah,
now it's super hot there.
Looks like
during the Holocene.
The equator is probably like 10 to 20%,
right?
10 to 20% lower than the spots they're showing. The closest is probably, I don't know if it's going to be like in Cambodia or if it's going to be in Central America, but just looking at how the equator comes up. But yeah, it's still interesting how they're pretty close in approximate distance from the equator,
Or it could just be an optical illusion.
Hey, who the fuck is
In this
Rippaverse? Who is Rippaverse?
She's one of those people that is like involved with. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think she's was involved with the thing with Vic Mignogna, maybe, or.
So is she just a troll? Is she just like an internet stir?
Yeah, I
like
think so.
Steer shut up. Salty, we're the dumbest race of humans ever created. Or we're the dumbest cycle of humans ever on this earth. There's been way smarter people than us. She hates Ethan. Well, I mean, Katie just sent me something I want to show you guys.
Okay.
So this is what this Rippaverse says. Victoria at the Rippaverse at Air July should strike her. Flashing your ass and infringing on someone else's copyright because you don't like them is not the road a content creator should be traveling. At Mrs. Rowdy Dowdy. When does Katie shake her ass or flash her ass? Is that a thing? I've never seen that. And then Eric says, or replying to at the Vickyverse and Mrs. Rowdy Dowdy. I checked on the back end of YouTube, and apparently this has been going on for a while. I didn't know. Countless times, 100% of the video is an altered clip from my video stream. It'd be perfectly fine if they were adding commentary, critical content, or rarely did this, but this is pretty messed up if they're doing it frequently and monetizing it. Wow. And then he just posted a picture of Katie did 2007 views, 100% of the video. I guess that just means that it's 100%.
All right, there you go, Eric. That's a smart move. Start striking clip channels. That'll
Oh, yeah.
work out well.
Oh, that'll work out great.
He's not the only one doing it. This is going on the past couple of weeks. It's kind of lots of people are starting to bitch about getting their videos clipped and stuff.
Oh, is that right?
Oh yeah, you got Keanu was in on this. What that one you just showed isn't on this. It's kind of bubbling up to the surface.
Well, maybe Eric's mad because his videos get less views than Katie's clips. I don't know.
Well, you know, I just have a problem. Like, if there's a lot of clip channels out there, Jim, that don't add commentary, they just clip and they make money off it. So who cares? Who really
Most
cares?
channels like Alyssa Clips, Stalin, they just grab
Libs
5,
of
10 minutes
TikTok.
and put it out.
Libs
I
of
mean, I
TikTok
don't give a
doesn't
shit.
add-
Whatever. I don't have content for people to steal, so what do I care?
You know, in actuality, didn't remember there was a lawsuit. What's his face? Carl Benjamin, I think, Sargon of Akkad, and that what was it called? Keela Actually, and he just clipped her thing and played it, and he beat her in court. She had to pay his legal fees and everything because his audience, he was mocking what
Right.
was happening as opposed to. So if Katie did, it's just mocking Eric July and making fun of him, and it's not the same audience. That's fair use.
Exactly. And her titles are not gracious. They're actually mocking titles of the videos. So yeah,
But you don't have to jump. I'm asking. You don't have to jump in with commentary every so often. You
No.
No.
What's his face? Sargon of Akkad put absolutely no commentary in. It was just the title.
of his video for his channel. Yes. Yeah. None of this shit's copyrighted. So I don't know what people are striking. I mean, nothing I create is copyright protected. YouTube owns
I mean,
all this
if
shit.
Eric wanted to go copyright his live stream or something, he could do that and pay the money to copyright it and then, sue the people that's what it would take.
Right.
Why are people bitching so much about it? Is it just something?
It's just people
about-
trying to stir up shit to try and, whatever.
Well, here's the worst part. He acts like he doesn't know Katie's been doing this for 9 months or 10 months.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, come on, dude. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows, who Katie did is. That's the disingenuous part that's easy to hate with Eric.
It's like nobody would say anything if it was, putting somebody in a positive light and you were stealing these clips, right?
Right. Right.
Nobody would watch it either.
Yeah.
Be positive.
Well, and that's what kind of keeps Katie neutral. Like, she's using his own words against him for people to go, wow, that's really a shitty take, dude. Not everybody has the patience to watch Eric talk for 4 hours and just talk nonsense. Katie does it, clips it, makes him look great, gets more people tuned into who Eric July is. Doesn't that help his business? More people know who he is. You think he'll do it, Katie? You think, I don't think he I don't think he could win. Like Jim was just saying, that Sargon of Akkad, who's a really cool guy. He's a smart guy. He won his case.
Big 40K guy too, by the way.
Yes.
Lotus
Yeah.
Eaters. That's a good show.
Yeah.
I enjoy it. Anyway.
So Katie thinks that her channel's going to get nuked. I hope not. I think you could fight it and win, Katie. I do. Don't you, Jim?
Well, I mean, all she really would have to do is at the beginning of every one of her clips, just say, just listen to what this retard says.
Yeah, you don't even have to say it every time. Just have a clip in front of it.
Yeah. Like a
Listen.
a short video, like a video that just goes on everyone. Oh my God, where do you believe what these retards say?
Right.
Jim, you should put whoever we were listening to last night, the guy that went, that crazy guy, just put that at the beginning.
Oh yeah, that'll work.
I don't know if he can even strike her YouTube or a 10-minute or a 5-minute clip. I don't think he can. Demonetize, it's not copyright. It's not copyright protected. Those are only people that can demonetize you. And what they like to do, Wode, is they'll say, hey, we'll share the revenue with the artist. Yeah, sure. I bet they get 95% and I get 5%, because they don't tell you the split. You know, we're playing bands from 1982 that people haven't listened to in 30 fucking years, and they're striking it when we play it. It's like, fuck off, YouTube.
I got struck by Prince's group for putting up a clip of me doing an acoustic version of Purple Rain.
That
doesn't seem right to me.
I got copyright hit last night, Julio, for that fucking Charlie Brown song.
Really?
Oh yeah, I had to clip that shit out.
I fucking nuked you again. I'm sorry, Dave.
No, and it wasn't the song; it was the Peanuts theme that got it.
It's the oh shit! I just copyrighted us again.
No, that was a good cover, Jim.
That was a good cover. It had no tone, no bass. It was awesome.
I was happy getting struck by Prince's group, because it meant that what I did sounded enough like the song for them to pick it up. Whatever the algorithm.
So like Jabba says, Katie, Sargon took the whole video and changed the title. That was transformative enough. Yep. All you got to do is change the name of Eric, and you do every time, Katie. It ain't like you name your videos the name of Eric's videos. So I don't think you have anything to worry about. Eric July knows who you are. I love that. Oh, they've been doing this. I didn't even know this was going on. Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Every fucking ripatard in the world reminds Eric that Katie exists. That's why he can't stand it. Elemental MJ, Eric's, I mean, and who is this Vicky-verse? Is she a comic book person, Jim, or is she just a person out here raising
she's friends with that. I think she's friends with that Preston Poulter guy or whatever that EBS is fighting, being sued by.
Okay.
I think.
Katie, and I think another thing too, if this shit starts, you have to just tell everybody so we can tweet at Twitter, YouTube, that get everybody out there tweeting at YouTube like this is false flag. That's the only way YouTube responds, when they see enough pressure from YouTube or Twitter people going, hey, this is some bullshit. It saved Arcada's channel, Jim, for sure.
It's like pulling out your phone to film the people at Chipotle for giving you shit portions.
Right. Absolutely.
That you heard about that whole thing, didn't you?
No.
Okay. Here to totally derail the conversation for a few seconds.
This is BTM reviews. This is what we do every night.
Oh, here we go.
We're never on point.
So I don't know. Chipotle used to be, the new hotness, and you get these great fresh bowls or whatever. And, it's always been kind of like a hippie yuppie destination or whatever. But over time, their portions have shrunk and shrunk and shrunk. So what people have been doing now is they pull their phones out and they film the people, and then they'll post it on social media. There's a bunch of TikToks and stuff out there, which I don't have TikTok or whatever, but they just put it out there, and it's putting a lot of negative pressure on their corporate. Like, hey, you guys are charging a premium for this stuff. Your prices are just going up, and you give us less and less. So now
why don't people do that shit to Lay's potato chips or Doritos?
Well, your bag of air, sure.
Yeah.
But so people were ordering their food, and they see these shitty portions, and they just walk out while they're building their bowl. So some people started to pull out their phones and were filming them and posting them, and they were getting a lot of negative press. So people have been pulling out their phones and filming them, and you can see them put more stuff in there because they don't want the negative attention. Granted, this is anecdotal. It might have been a one-off or a two-off, but still, it's interesting that perception is reality, right? If I take a video of you, I pay fucking $13 for this bowl, and you give me nothing.
I don't think it's anecdotal, because while you were talking and I was listening to you, I just looked it up on YouTube, and there's a bunch of, yo, man, give me some more of that. Why don't you put some more of that in there? Yo, I mean, it's a typical bullshit.
It's like they always like to say, that's anecdotal or that's a stereotype or whatever, but then you follow it down the hole and you find a stack of data, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So Dan Blackroyd says a clip in itself is transformation. It's a percentage of another video. Same sort of thing goes for movie reactions, doesn't really matter if it's a continuous segment. That makes sense because it's in different context, isn't it, Jim? When you just take a percentage of something and play it. That's why people get mad because they'll clip something. That's not what I meant, but they caught 2 words, and that's what they put on their videos to make you look good or make you look bad, right? So that's a very good point, Dan. I didn't even think about that.
That would be an interesting discussion for another show. It's like kind of the ethical versus legal.
Well, it's like the media would be in prison. The media would be in prison because they take everything out of context.
There's no reason for Matt Bard to do what he did to Katie. There's no reason for Eric to even think about wanting to strike Katie's channel. There's no reason for it. There's not a good reason for them to do this. They're just YouTubers, dude. They're nobody special. They're just people talking on YouTube. And I mean, you know, at least Hollywood, they put some real money into their shit most of the time, and I can understand them wanting to protect that stuff. But even they go crazy. Like, you know, if I play a clip of a movie trailer to, you know, let's say 1,000 or let's say 1,000 people watch a stream, and that clip comes up and 900 even know that movie was coming out, and it gets their interest, doesn't that help the studio?
No, I don't think so. I'll give you an example. I know the other night I was wanting to share the new Star Trek show clips, and I would have just roasted them. And the reason I don't think they want people sharing them is because they know it sucks. They don't want the negative publicity, maybe.
Yeah, I guess. But
yeah,
anyway.
yeah. Don't make our trailer baits work against us and show actual content from within our crappy shows.
Right. Only let the grifters share this stuff, not normal,
not
actual fans.
Not us peasants.
Jim, how long has it been since we've seen TPPT? It's been a while, hasn't it?
Been a while,
yeah.
Been a while.
How you doing, buddy? Man. All right, let's get back to Jimmy Corsetti. And Katie, fuck Eric July. And fuck Matt Barr, too.
You'll understand.
And fuck Wiggle. Wiggle's a real piece of shit. Jim.
Is he Snagglepuss's partner in crime?
He's his furry buddy.
I can imagine Snagglepuss and Wiggle, the dynamic duo.
Look at Splatterpuss and Snagglepuss mixed up, Wode. I'm starting to get a...
Oh, sorry. It's the Mandela effect.
Snaggle.
I mean, they're both equally ridiculous. Can we agree?
Yeah.
At least one is, you know, a classic icon of, you know, a bygone era when cartoons were good.
Mm-hmm.
Is my internet shit? Am I choppy?
I don't know what's fuck going on. I made a comment in the chat and it didn't show up.
I'm getting some choppiness too.
That's because I just timed out for some reason. So is my internet fine?
I don't know.
Can you hear me okay?
Weird is going on.
I can hear you, but mine's been sporadically. I can still hear the audio, but every once in a while the video will freeze. So
I dropped out from power surges on my end. Maybe nobody wants us to be talking about
fucking solar flares. It's the solar flares. They got us. The solar flares.
I thought it was my divorce lawyer telling me not to order DoorDash again.
I blame DARPA.
That's fair. Well, they created this shit, so they could probably still shut it down.
They know that these ancient civilizations have 0 point free energy, and they're here to shut us down.
Yeah. All right, Jim, let's get back to Corsetti.
Understand why. And like I mentioned a few moments ago, pyramids are found across 5 continents around the world. And one place that I know most people never knew of is Greece. Look at this here. And although much smaller compared to other pyramids around the world, it is undoubtedly very old and yet very sophisticated. Made up of polygonal stones that fit together like a tight-fitted puzzle, requiring no mortar or concrete to hold them together, simply a makeup of intelligent mathematics and precision. And it's clearly been weathered over what appears to be thousands and thousands of years. I wonder how many people watching this video had never seen or heard of this Greek pyramid before, particularly people living outside of Europe and the Mediterranean. Something else that you may not be aware of involving ancient Greece is that they have polygonal stone walls a couple different places around the country. They've survived thousands of years and some of the worst earthquakes in human history. Most people are not aware that Greece has polygonal
Jim,
walls.
you know, the more
as
you see
you
this
won't
stuff
find
with
this
these
structure
rocks
design in and
perfectly
around
aligned,
Africa.
the more you're like, was it really that hard? I mean, it's
Well, not for them, apparently.
I know, it's like the more you see it, you're more like, well, how is everybody able to do this?
Well, that's the thing is the way they're fitted together is difficult to do today. You know, like you look at your stuff around your house with like your bricks in your house or tiles and
Yeah, it's got mortar to help it stay there too. Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
none of these have any mortar in between them.
These fools would have schooled us
that's
on
my
Tetris.
point, though. Like my point is, though, you got South America, you got Greece, you got Turkey, you got Egypt. They doing all this stuff. They're perfectly lined up. How hard was it? Like how? Jesus Christ, because they're all doing it with these gigantic rocks. I mean, the technology must have been unbelievably shared across the continent. And I guess that's where he's going with this. Like we see this everywhere. They had to be sharing knowledge and been closer together to be able to share all this knowledge. They have one in New Zealand too. Jesus Christ. Simply. What thumbnail? Oh, you mean for this video tonight? Oh yeah, it's Theory Thursday. You want to make my thumbnails? Because I'm terrible at it. All right, Jim, get back to it.
Athens, where all the other notable ancient Greek ruins are found and visited. And besides that, when we typically think of or hear of ancient polygonal stone walls, the ruins of South America
Like,
and the
here, like these. Look at these.
They're gigantic.
I mean, but look at this cut here and then this comes this way. This is cut. Like
They were just
Julio,
really
does that-
good with really
Julio,
good.
Julio, doesn't that look like laser cutting almost? That looks so perfect.
Yeah, it's pretty precise. That's true.
And it's not that one's precise. It's that the one that's married to it is the exact shape to fit perfectly, so they never slip. Like these things are earthquake proof.
They're not standardized. They've all got different shapes, you know. So it's not like they've got cut this block, then we'll cut this block exactly like that block, and so on and so forth. They're all cut individually.
Yep.
That's true. You wouldn't design it this way if you were designing something, right? It would just be all standardized.
Unless you had the technology to do it. Right? Unless like they're like, yeah, we can build that wall in a week, boys. We got the technology for this. I mean, I just don't understand. They're bringing these fucking rocks up 20,000 feet into the mountains, Jim, to build those mega structures in South America. It's unbelievable. Oh, all right. Jim, sorry. I'm sorry.
country of
Go
Peru
ahead.
likely come to mind, which I'll be discussing more of in a moment.
because here's more. Like it almost makes me wonder.
This
Like
is
look at how
Peru.
this tiny cut here, this like this coming here. Like this one's got like a cut. Like why would you just? Makes me wonder. Like why wouldn't they just cut them all the same? Like obviously they wanted it like this for a reason. Maybe it makes it stronger with the different things, so you just kind of go and
Yeah. But there's got to be some geometry or something into this.
and if you look at
Whoa.
these rocks too, like here,
Yeah, with the notches.
What is that? Here, got weird notches in there. I mean, because these are some pretty big rocks.
That's okay. They have the Bigfoot carries it up there for them.
You laugh.
Checks
I
out.
mean, what's the reason for building shit this big unless they were big people?
Yeah.
That's actually an interesting question,
but-
Dave. But the reason generally is religion, right? I mean, I don't know much about pyramids and stuff, but isn't it usually some sort of monument, some sort of god, or no?
Not the
Nobody
pyramid.
knows. That's what the kind of people trying to explain it to about, but that's the explanation that has been come up with later.
Because people will go through great lengths to worship. I mean, look at the Sistine Chapel, even modern religious structures. All
Do
the
you
work
s-
that goes into those.
Do you see what we would accomplish if we weren't all distracted by TikTok and other crap social media? We could build all these glorious structures.
Right.
Just like the little-known stone walls in certain places in Greece, there are also a few examples in Italy as well. Again, something most people do not realize, as you won't find an abundance of this type of ancient stone structure in and
Like this almost looks like it was flattened, sanded. You know what I mean? Like these are all perfectly flat, almost it looks like,
Right.
on the face.
Could you naturally pull blocks that big that are that flat?
I don't think you would.
I wouldn't know where you. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to cut them.
and around Rome either. And all the other Roman tourist attractions take attention away, just like in Greece. It's also worth mentioning that there are incredible and massive polygonal stone walls in various places in Turkey as well. Take a look at these and again be reminded of the massive stone walls in Peru. Definitely not exactly the same, but the concept sure is. And it's unbelievably difficult of an undertaking to accomplish. But that aside, and although these are certainly credited to the Greeks and Romans, we have to ask ourselves why we find something so strikingly similar all the way over in Peru. Not only that, we find similar examples within ancient Egypt as well.
I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah.
You can see it here. This has got an inside curve and comes this way.
Need to get these guys to retile my bathroom.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so float something out here. Do you think there's a possibility that some of this stuff might have been collected and stored, say, in some place like the Library of Alexandria?
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's a good point. Yep.
That place being destroyed a lot of technology, dude.
May have
I
been
think
the
it was
biggest
more than
disaster.
just a book library. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It was
Yeah.
one of the biggest disasters in human history. That thing
Yeah.
getting flattened twice.
Well, it's like anytime you destroy knowledge, you know.
Sure. Yep. And I mean, you think about how civilized the earth was, and then all of a sudden there's a giant plague, and then we go into the dark ages, right? In the
Yeah.
what 1400s, something like that. I mean, it's like they all lost. Everybody died that had the knowledge to make shit work, and it's like, oh shit, we got to start over. And that was without a actual like flood or something, Jim. That was health. Like that was rats or some shit carrying lice or something across ships and in their food and stuff, right? And that kind of what the plague was about. So
It happens
that
over and over again. It's not just, the plague in Europe. It happened in ancient Greece. There's a period
Sure.
of about 300, 400 years. They don't know what the fuck happened. It's like
exactly.
a dark age in Greece. They don't know why, what, no explanations for it. But every civilization seems to have have one.
Right.
Right
This
now,
raises
it's
questions.
Oh, go ahead, Julio.
I don't know. I
because
was making it quick. Go ahead.
Sorry.
You're fine.
As far as we were taught, there can be no possible connection between the ancient cultures of South America and Egypt, or to that of Greece and Italy. However, what I'm about to show you next may take you by surprise, as there are several examples of incredible ancient polygonal stone walls all the way over in the island country of Japan. Leave a comment if you are completely unaware of these walls. And like I said, there are a variety of different examples of them, and I'm only showing you a few here in this video. But compared to the stone walls of South America, which, although is not exactly the same, they will remind you of my skyscraper analogy I gave moments ago. Is this really just a coincidence, or a simple matter of organic human ingenuity within different civilizations that are worlds apart? Well, if that's what you think, wait until what you see next. This is a stone box sarcophagus found in ancient Japan.
With a glory
Now,
hole.
compare it to a notable stone sarcophagus that made headlines around the world in 2018 upon its discovery, with the whole world waiting in anticipation for it to be opened so we could see what's inside. I made 2 videos on this if you're interested, but look at the design of the stone lid, and now compare to the stone lid found in Japan. Both having somewhat of a triangular shape, although not exactly the same. However, now compare the Japanese stone lid to others that are found in ancient Egypt. Wow, this is beyond similar. Look at this and think for yourself. I do not see a coincidence here. I see a connection. An ancient connection that's not supposed to be possible at all. I mean, we're talking Egypt and Japan. Worlds apart, especially in ancient times, and of course, according to the textbooks, there is no connection at all. Now, remember the Japanese polygonal stone walls I just shared with you, and let's head all the way to the complete opposite side of the Pacific Ocean to remote Easter Island, which is more than 2,000 miles from the nearest point of South America. Of course, you know, when we think of Easter Island, the notable Moai statues are probably the first thing that come to mind. Many people are surprised when they learn just how massive many of them actually are once they've been dug up and excavated. Just look at that. However, what most of you are likely to find
That
even
is
more surprising
unbelievable how deep, how big those things were, right? They dig it up and it's like 25 feet taller. Holy shit. It's unbelievable.
Do you think they just sunk, or do you think that's just how long they sat there, that the ground, you know, shit laying on it, dying and making new earth and everything, and the earth expanding around them?
Expanding Earth.
Well, I don't know. I mean, how much, we have no idea how big this place was when these things were built. Like, were these, how much land did they have? Did they have another 400 feet of fucking, you know, because, you know, they have another half an island big that they were living on. Did all the good part of the land get flooded, and now this is what they were left with? And I don't know. Maybe they buried them that deep for a reason, because they didn't want them to fucking move. They want them to be stable forever. Maybe that's why they put them that deep.
It's probably a little of both.
Yeah.
I'm sure they had to, you know, put a foundation, but it's an island, so the ground's probably going to be somewhat soft over
and
thousands of years, and it's going to, you know, start
dirt's
sinking.
gonna, actually, but that's a lot of dirt, dude. That's so much dirt. Like, think about that. Like, Jim, that's like a whole new island on top of the island. This is why, when archaeologists say they know stuff, it's like they didn't fucking know this thing was 30 or 25 feet deep underneath it. They just thought it was like buried at, a foot deep. And they started digging. They're like, holy shit. They had to build a step trench to get to the bottom of this thing, Wode. Like, they're like following OSHA rules. It's so goddamn deep.
Yeah. And a bunch of volcanic ash that they've dug through.
Yeah. So much stuff has happened. I mean, who knows what's been buried in the United States over time? North America, who knows? Because I don't think we're the youngest thing out there. But they seem to claim we are. Like, we've never been civilized before, what, 1400, Jim? Or as far as, well, we had Native Americans, so maybe way before that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, the Europeans didn't make it over here till 1400 or whatever. So,
well, I mean,
that's when our history started in North America.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
I mean, don't they say that the walls of Jericho were built like 10,000 years ago or something?
It's not, I don't think they're that old. I think the first time I saw them was around 98 or 99. It was a pretty good submission move, though.
He never got the win with that, though, Wode.
No, he didn't. He did not.
That's a good question, Jim.
What were these statues supposed to represent? I'm not familiar with.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows?
Nobody even knows why they built them.
Huh.
So it's just one of those things that this island in the middle of the Pacific,
right?
That
is weird.
There's like 200 of them out there, Jim. Just buried.
Quite a few. Yeah. But
this place has nowhere to grow food. They can't grow crops here. So it's basically a fishing village, and they lived off fish and probably seaweed, right? That's probably what they lived off.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is one of those things where they found like DNA in like chickens or pigs that they've traced from Easter Island to Asia and to into like Peru.
Sure.
Where it's like they came from the same place. So at some point, people went, from Asia to these islands to South America.
But this is
long,
when
long
we
time
thought,
ago.
yeah, and this is when we were looking at that map a few weeks ago, how much closer stuff looked. Where, like, that trip wasn't
Yeah.
nearly as long as it is today. Like these guys
Especially
could've-
when the ocean was 400 feet shallower.
right?
How much more land was above water and islands were exposed? You know, how much
Yeah,
bigger
and the
were these
continents,
islands?
the continents were like miles out further into the world, not covered by water. Yeah, so like the continents were fucking closer, and these islands, like getting these guys going from island to island and sharing knowledge doesn't seem like that hard of a thing.
I chalk these statues up to boredom. Probably nothing else going on.
No, dude, you
don't know.
ain't never that. Dude, there's
Some rocks.
hundreds of these statues on this island.
No, I know it is weird because Easter Island's in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Right.
I get
But-
Egypt; it's surrounded by what was modern civilization back there. Central America, lots of land there. This is,
It would be interesting to see what like the depths of the seafloor map is around this island. Just to get an idea, like if sea level dropped, X amount of feet, how much extra land will be exposed,
Right. Or it'd be interesting also to see what was still above water when this was above water. Was there a bigger landmass close to this island that these people were trading with? Do what I'm saying? And that's how they were actually surviving. They built these monuments. Maybe they did it for business. Who the fuck knows? Maybe somebody asked them, "Hey, can you build a monument for remembering my father or my grandfather?" Who knows? These just might be fucking headstones.
do
We
we have
don't know. We have
dating
no
on
idea.
these? Like how old? Like, do we have dating in terms?
No,
of
dude, I don't
how old
trust
are
any
these?
dating with these fucking guys.
Okay, well, do people who do trust the dating know what
You
dates
can't date rock.
Okay.
So that's the problem. And then they come back with these numbers like the Sphinx is no older than 12,000 years old because man wasn't capable. But then we see the erosion gem that's way older than 12,000 years old. So, their science is, I hear people all the time, trust the science. Yeah. So whatever.
Ready?
Just
Yeah.
how massive many of them actually are once they've been dug up and excavated. Just look at that. However, what most of you are likely to find even more surprising is to learn that there is an example of a polygonal stone wall on this island. Take a look at the details of this wall. I myself did not know this existed until creating this video, as it's the Moai statues that get all the attention. Now, compare this wall to a wall all the way over in Peru. Look at these comparisons and tell me that this isn't a total match. The side-by-side comparisons definitely make my eyebrow go up because the consensus of academic scholars is that there is no connection between Easter Island and Peru. It is also widely accepted that the people of Easter Island came from the Polynesian islands to the west and settled on Easter Island. I do not disagree with that at all. However, let me quickly remind you of something before I show you something else, which is that transoceanic sea travel during this time frame was considered to be impossible, and again, to suggest it is fringe and pseudo-archaeological, like I stated earlier.
Right.
So, how do we explain the unbelievably similar comparison to the little-known cloud people statues of Peru? Tell me this isn't unbelievably similar, and again, created at a time when travel between Peru and Easter was not considered a possibility. But that's not all. Compare these statues to others as far away as Turkey and, get this, Indonesia. Although not exactly the same, when you look at the more nuanced details such as hand positions and unique facial and jaw structure, I mean, come on, is this also just a coincidence? And then we remind you that the site in Turkey you see here, Göbekli Tepe, is the world's oldest megalithic site on Earth, dating back closer to 12,000 years, and was buried up until excavations began in just the 1990s. Something you'll find at this same site is the
10% of it, Jim?
specific stone carving of someone holding a
They've
handbag.
uncovered 10% of Göbekli.
Oh, less than that. I think less than 1%.
Well,
Like very little. Like there's hundreds of acres that And they started planting trees over some of it and shit.
I was just thinking the same thing, Renwan. Like, their hands are all in real close positions. But then I'm also thinking to myself, well, where else are you going to show their hands? Because you want to show that they have hands, and the natural place would just be like in front of their body, right? Like, I mean, they're not going to be on the side. They don't have pockets. They're not going to, I mean, so why? Either way, or maybe you don't show hands. But why all the square heads? What's up with all, or the, the weird shaped heads? I guess it's harder to carve, that kind of stone into real human, because it's not like they're like human faces, right? It's just a different face.
Well, maybe everybody had bigger heads back then.
The hands are the hardest thing to pose.
Indonesia's out here with the.
Oh, look at this guy's holding his dick.
Yeah, yes. the bricked up dude there.
Yeah, but hey, they were very into the phallic symbols, man.
Yeah.
This guy's got nipples in Easter Island. Look at him; he's got 2 big old nipples. Oh yeah, the purse thing is crazy. We're not just where we
purse
are.
Thing is weird.
Yeah.
Depictions holding this bag, and they are 6,000 years older than we are from present day right now. Incredible. How can something so unique be just a coincidence? However, that's what science community of academics and archaeologists say about it. Yet, most people walking around society have never even heard of this before. The authorities in the academic world shun it, yet they never even shared it with you so you could think for yourself. So, what do you think about it, having seen about these handbags for yourself? Is it just a coincidence? Now, speaking of the Sumerians, it's also worth mentioning that they share another similarity to that of ancient Greeks and Hindu gods of ancient India.
Why is this guy wearing a wristwatch?
How else are you going to tell the time, man? Come on.
Yeah.
He didn't have a cell phone, so he needed something.
Right.
So this, I guess, okay, so we're looking at his back. All right, so his watch is facing the right direction. Maybe that's his sundial to get him in the right direction when he's traveling back. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, but a sundial has to be fixed for it to work. And the sun moves over it and adjusts the...
You're saying it's broken?
No, I'm saying like you can't move a sundial around and get the time.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if I believe that. I watched the Flintstones.
Me too. What's wrong with you, Jay?
This guy's about ready to make some killer pulled pork.
Right.
Which is the depiction of the trident. But does this prove a connection? Well, by itself, no. But that is not the only similarity shared between these 3 separate cultures. For example, the caduceus is the symbol showing 2 snakes intertwined and found throughout the modern world today among the medical and healthcare industries. What most people do not know is it has been found dating back as far as the ancient Sumerians of 6,000 years ago, like I just mentioned. Well, you may find it interesting to learn that this symbol was also utilized by the ancient Greeks, as well as in ancient India. Again, another interesting and specific coincidence for 3 separate cultures separated by time and distance. But it does not stop there. Even look at the depiction of a Greek god and Hindu god battling a multi-headed snake. Now that is a very specific and exclusive similarity, but again, by itself, it is not earth-shattering. Although Greece and India are far apart, the ancient borders of the Greek Empire were once not so far away from India during the height of their civilization. But you would think that these interesting details would be shared in school and the textbooks as a possible link, as a vast majority of people out there have never seen or heard of these details before. It seems to me that the ancient Greeks were more connected to India than is currently known or discussed, but let me keep going. I'm sure everybody is familiar with the incredible gold funerary masks of the ancient Egyptians. But what's interesting is that this ties into a similarity of the Inca of Peru and South America. This is an incredibly rare thing as well, as I only found one other culture that, and in only a few cases, also used gold funerary masks, and that was the Greeks, but only in the latter part of their civilization. And, you know, I have to say, isn't it amazing that the Egyptians were by far the best, the most highly skilled and sophisticated makers of these gold masks in comparison? And they did so thousands of years prior to the Inca or the Greeks. And speaking of gold masks, notice the depiction of a cobra snake at the forehead.
The older structures are better built than the newer structures. I mean, we see it all through Egypt. We see it all through Greece. The older it is, the better built it is, Julio. It's fucking wild. Like, the first pyramids were the best pyramids. It turned to shit after time. Kind of like American housing. They don't build them to last here. American houses suck. Fucking plywood, goddamn 2x4s, and some siding. We'll take $1 million of that on a quarter acre of land.
I'll be right back.
They suck, Wode.
Yeah.
So, Dave and Wode, what's the overarching theory in this video? Because this guy's saying a lot of
the overarching theory is that
how can this be? Is he saying
that we were closer together, as like we were all like, it's like I think the United States on a global scale, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we were connected. We were so close to each other that people were able to share technology. I mean, the serpent thing, you know, that's somebody said this a few weeks ago in the chat. It's kind of like comic books or TV shows. Yeah. So what? Another fucking place on the planet had the same idea you did. Doesn't mean they stole from you. They just, you know, they have imaginations too, Wode. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a thing too. People had imaginations in the old days, and maybe they thought, hey, that'd be pretty cool. Let's put, you know, our Greek god fighting a two-headed snake. I don't know.
Yeah. If you want to get woo-woo with it, maybe somebody showed these people how to make these things, and the same people showed people across the world how to build these
pyramids. Yeah.
Yeah. Because, I mean,
well, that's ancient alien theory, and I kind of agree.
You can't just jump onto Google and say, hey, how do I build a pyramid? Because that didn't exist.
Yeah. Google doesn't know how.
Something you'll also see on countless stone statues of pharaohs within ancient Egypt. Well, now...
Well, look at how long this guy's face is.
I know.
This is...
Boy, they love their braided beards, though, don't they? Do you think there are a bunch of Egyptians walking around with long beards like this? Damn, it's hot in Egypt. Why the fuck would you put yourself through that? But look at
them all tied up, you know.
But look how amazing the stonework is, though. That's the amazing piece. They don't look like they should be able to be made 4,000 years ago, Wode. It's unbelievable.
Just the accuracy and the craftsmanship. You know,
I mean,
because one wrong strike of a chisel and it's destroyed.
Their eyes are the same on both sides. You know what I'm saying? That it's so perfect. Like, holy shit.
The symmetry. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It's unbelievable. And they're doing this with copper tools, whatever. I don't even know if they had copper. What'd you say, Wode?
Maybe bronze. Maybe.
Either way,
you know,
I don't think so. I just don't believe it. Like, I've seen some of those, you know, those 2-ton, big ass granite boxes that they have in the pyramid.
Yeah.
And there's nothing in it, and nobody knows what the fuck they're for. The lids are perfectly cut to be perfectly sealed. They're so shiny after 4,000 years in a pyramid. Like, they're glass, Julio. It's unbelievable what these guys were able to do. And that shit will never go away. My house will be fucking done. With one good windstorm and a tornado, this house is gone. Nothing happens to that shit. Go ahead, Jim. I just can't get over this artwork, though.
Now, take a look at how the cobra snake was depicted above the heads of ancient Hindu gods. Here you can see just a few examples. And although not exactly the same, this is without a doubt a specific similarity. I mean, why would anyone think to depict this, a cobra snake at the head? Of course, you can read the explanations provided by scholars, which is not consequential to this video, but rather the similarity itself is the significance, because there is absolutely no known acknowledged connection between ancient Egypt and ancient India. But let me keep going. Now, take a look at these examples of stone nubs on ancient sites in India. Many of you may have already heard me and others share examples of these unique stone nubs that are found in Peru and Egypt. Here are some examples found at Egyptian sites, including even that of a pyramid in Giza, as well as at the Assyrian as well. And this is just to show you a few examples. Now, let me show you a few examples found in Peru, which there are many examples at various sites throughout this country. And let me point out real quick that I do not know the purpose of these nubs. But it is fair to say that it's not related to moving or lifting these stones as you would first think, because most of the stone blocks do not have them. Only some of them do. Plus, these nubs are found on various bedrock stones, which obviously had no intention of being moved or lifted. Here are just a few examples to share what I mean by that. So, whatever their purpose was, it's not important to the point that I'm trying to make, although it's a fun discussion for another video. The point I'm making here is to show you the widespread global nature of these nubs. And let me say this real quick, that even if the purpose of these stone nubs involved moving or lifting the stones themselves, then I would argue that it's even more supportive evidence of a widespread global connection. I mean, we have different ways of moving and lifting stones today, and we are a global civilization that pretty much uses the same exact technology, right? So if there was some sort of purposeful stone mark on any stone that we're moving or lifting, that would be because we're using the same technology to do so. So if we find these stone nubs across the world, as you're about to see, then you could argue that it's more supportive evidence that the ancients had a widespread global connection. But getting back to the widespread phenomena of the nubs, here are a few additional examples at various sites in India. And again, notice that they're on some but not all of the stones. I'll be curious to see comments of how many people that were already aware of these nubs in Egypt and Peru who were only just now learning of these nubs being in India as well. Leave a comment if you are.
I think some of the nubs probably got taken off. Maybe it worked. Maybe it wasn't complete. Maybe something happened and it stopped the construction in the middle. Like, isn't there a theory about one of the pyramids only being partially completed and then got stopped for something? Like something happened, maybe.
Happened to what, Jim? Jim, happened to what?
Well, wasn't one of the pyramids or something they thought was like only partial, like it was partially completed and got stopped in the middle?
A lot of pyramids did.
You know, like they were building them and then something happened. And
a lot of pyramids were abandoned.
So maybe these nubs were something that they came by later and took off, but you can see them because it didn't get finished. Like, I know there's some, I saw one where you could see where it was completely flat and like smoothed out, and then it stopped being smooth, like, and you could see where they had stopped smoothing it. Like maybe it was inside one of the temples or something. And
but these walls are like, you think that they just didn't get back to taking these nubs off, and you think most of the rocks had it and they moved them all with the nubs?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
maybe, or I'm wrong.
Well, I also think,
guess.
Yeah, and they also might be putting too much into the nubs. Like maybe they just said, "Fuck it, that's just a little sharp point on the rock. I'm not gonna, chisel every fucking nub off a rock." It's not like they have any. It's not like they have a hole in it or a.
You can see some of them. The nubs are removed. Where they started taking the nubs off.
Right.
Maybe, I don't know.
But here's where it becomes even more thought-provoking, as these nubs are at sites all over the world. For example, even at an ancient quarry in China. I'd be curious to know if there are other examples found at ancient sites in China, which is not easy to learn as many sites are closed off to the public. Lame, right? But you'll even find an example of nubs in Japan, which is interesting when you consider what I already pointed out involving the polygonal stone walls within Japan as well, and especially the comparison of the stone sarcophagus to the ones found in Egypt. But even if we head to the remote Micronesian island of Palau, where there is at least one example of nubs on another sarcophagus, I'd be curious if there were other examples that existed on the island, which I bet if there's one, there's more. Even as we head west to the islands of Indonesia, where I already shared the fascinating similarity between the Moai statues of Easter Island, Peru, and Turkey. Well,
wow, look at that. These are like square holes cut inside stuff.
Inside, yeah. Look how precise they are too, guys.
I'd like to see what the inside looks like.
I know.
Is it hollow or is it? Well, I'm sure it's hollow, at least somewhat.
You know how long it would
Well,
take
you
for
will
somebody
see-
to do that now? Just think about how long it would take somebody to create this now.
Oh, they
You know,
couldn't.
Even with modern technology, you just think about, yeah.
I mean, if you were going to pour concrete, you'd have forms and you'd have framing and stuff. But what's weird is it's like on the side.
We also see examples of nubs here as well, and if you look closely, you will see more than just the few that grab your eye when you first see the image. But I really wasn't kidding when I said that these nubs are all over. Even if we head back to Africa, to the country of Ethiopia, you can see nubs on a stone sarcophagus there as well. And if we head to the neighboring country of Sudan, to where most people don't even realize also has pyramids and of incredible precision, although much smaller than those of the pyramids of Giza. But someone please tell me what on earth happened to make half of these just blown up or ripped apart in half. Notice that? What on earth is that about? But if we look closely, and I'm sorry that the pictures are not of the best quality, you will see nubs on some of the stones, and keep in mind that these stone blocks are much larger than you realize, and so are the nubs. So these are not just blemishes. Hopefully we can get our hands on better photos of these pyramids and other nubs that may be found on them. But even if we head to Europe, you will find examples of nubs in various countries, including Bulgaria. And again, notice that the nubs are on some, but not all of the stone blocks, as well, like I mentioned, at other locations. But we can even find examples of nubs in Syria, again, on some blocks, but most are without them. And if we head to Greece, there are a couple locations that have them as well. Interesting, though, that we don't find these nubs in Athens, at least from what I saw, and if they are, they certainly are not in abundance on the most popular ancient sites we normally see from the ancient Greeks and the tourist attractions that are there in Athens. Even if we head to the Italian island of Sardinia, which is in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, there are examples of nubs there as well. Same thing if we head to Turkey, where you can find an abundance of nub examples at various sites throughout the country, but for brevity of this video, I'll show just a few to display the connection. But let me interject real quick here, since I just mentioned that there are nubs found in Italy and in Greece and elsewhere around the Mediterranean, because some people might jump to the conclusion that, hey, wait a second, this is just a matter of the Greeks or the Romans, but that can't be the case because, as we know, there are nubs in Japan, there are nubs in Peru, there's nubs in Indonesia and elsewhere. So if that were the case, that it was just simply, a Roman or a Greek thing, then why do we not see more examples of these, one, within their capitals, all over the place, within the notable tourist attractions that we always see and hear about, as well as the fact we'd have to say, hey, were the Romans or the Greeks capable of traversing the ocean at vast distances? Because that would completely contradict what we learned in school as well, and what the scientific community say is even possible. So something to think about. So with that said, it seems to me that at a minimum, based on what we've seen so far, the widespread nature of these ancient nub phenomena and these other aspects we've shared so far in the video, that at a minimum it shows that regardless the ages of these things or who made them, that at a minimum there's far more to the story of what we thought we knew about our ancient past as it is. Regardless of the age or who did it, there's clearly something more that we don't know about. Now let me keep going because I have more to share. So in previous videos, I've shared unique comparisons between angled structures of ancient sites in Peru to that of Egypt, and these are just a couple examples. Now, I've also shared examples of that of trapezoidal doorways. So let's head back to ancient sites within India. Look at this here, cut out of solid stone. Make no mistake, these symmetrical angles would have made the construction far more difficult to do compared to a straight line. And I'll give further supporting evidence of that in a second, but look at these various different trapezoidal doorways first. Now, let's head to the opposite side of the world, again to South America. Let's first notice the cutout itself, which is not exactly the same as in India, but similar and with great precision. and equally difficult to accomplish. Now, look at just a couple examples of trapezoidal doorways in various places throughout Peru. Of course, not exactly the same as within India, as these sites in Peru utilize separate stones rather than just one solid stone cutout. But to emphasize my point that the trapezoidal design is far more difficult than straight lines, you have to appreciate that it would be far easier to cut a bunch of square or rectangular stone blocks of the same exact.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I mean, these are like a lot smaller blocks on on this side. So I mean,
you still got to do the work, man. Like, I would just love to see it replicated based on what they tell us the tools were, Wode. Based on what our archaeologists say, these people were only capable of using as tools. I want it now. Actually, these rocks are not as hard as the ones in Egypt, right, Jim? Isn't that the case? Like, these are more sandstony rocks in Peru or whatever. It's not like it's granite.
Sure.
I think that's what I heard.
I'm not sure. But I'm wondering what these are. You see these holes here and here?
Yeah.
Was this something to hold something across the door?
I was curious too, as far as the scale of the doors, but then they've got somebody in there. But because you look at some of these ancient structures, and the doors are absolutely, or the entrances are absolutely massive. You know.
Yep. Wild.
Oh, I'll be right back.
Uh-oh. Jim got a UPS package, guys. So what do you think, Julio? Are you sold on this woo-woo stuff or what?
It's interesting. I'd like this guy to explain his theory a little more than explaining, saying what's wrong or why it doesn't make sense.
Right.
Yeah, there's some parts of this that are like the thing with the handbags. I'm like, well, all right, there's baskets in every civilization to carry stuff, so that's not surprising to me. But the nub stuff is kind of weird, unless they put it there on purpose to transport the rocks somehow. I don't know.
Right.
Plus, I think people underestimate the intelligence of the ancient civilizations. Like they, like you said, Dave, there's always a dark period, but before the dark ages of every civilization, whether it be Greece or Europe, they had shit figured out. There were brilliant architects, brilliant artists that can make statues. So,
like, are we in our dark age right now, Wode? Are we like, is it gotten as good as it can get? Are we getting ready to fucking hit the wall, so to speak?
I mean, I'd make the argument, I'm pretty sure that we're not the most advanced civilization that ever lived on this planet, but that's just me.
No. That's it. That's me. That's Jim. That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
I think we've become the most, we have become whatever. We have no, we're flying to the moon. They say we're sending rovers to Mars, all this stuff. But what are we doing here? Oh, that's right. We're putting up fucking windmills and solar panels because that's going to change the world.
I mean,
but we're not building cool stuff like this. We don't have any desire to even try and replicate this stuff because we can't. Everybody knows we can't. People say, "Oh, yeah, I could do it with my machinery." Then do it. Some billionaire, please just build us a pyramid half the size of Giza, and with your power tools, with the rocks and everything perfectly cut, with the tools they used, and you can use your big tools to lift the rocks out of the quarry. Because if not, they'll go through about a gazillion employees a day because nobody keeps their job anymore if they got to work. If they actually have to do physical work, a lot of them just say, "Yeah, I'm out. I'm going. I'm doing something else."
On the other hand, not to be a Pollyanna about the whole thing, but we're all talking in real time across, I don't know where everybody lives, but hundreds, thousands of miles.
The world.
That's
the world.
kind of amazing.
So, of course it is. It is amazing.
Impressive.
But I don't think we're the only people that have ever done it.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Like how are these ideas getting as far apart as they are?
Right. I just don't think we're the only people that have ever done it. I think You know, that's why these people have, you know, had the same capabilities, not just like, you know, across borders, across oceans, like across oceans. It's like, you have to think, Julio, about just the ability that these civilizations had that all understood our solar system way back then. They knew what a calendar year was. They knew how the planets rotated and all that stuff, so that they could actually do their crops properly. They knew all this stuff, and you know, we didn't find out till like 1800. Like, it's so.
Yeah.
In
Well,
America,
like
yeah.
Woad mentioned earlier, there wasn't Wikipedia then to learn how to do shit. You had to kind of figure it. If you're the captain of a boat, you've got to go with the stars.
Yeah.
You had to. On the other hand, they thought the Earth rotated the sun, so that was a little off. But you know, we learned. Got
Yeah,
past it.
for sure.
I think
Yeah,
what's frustrating, and you were saying that are we in the dark ages? What's frustrating is I believe we landed people on the moon. That's just me. And I think that's one of the greatest achievements in human history, to go to another, you know, celestial body. It's amazing. And what
Oh, yeah.
frustrates me is it would be amazing of what we could have accomplished if we weren't being dragged down by other people.
Correct.
And that's, you know, for my kids, it makes me angry. I'm like, gosh, we'd be living on fucking Mars at this point, maybe. I'm spitballing, but, you know. So when you're saying, Dave, you know, we should be concerned more about this planet, this planet's fucked.
Why do people say that? I don't understand why people say that. Like,
there's a caliphate in Europe. Come on. If you look at the news every day, there's kids getting fucking macheted and stabbed in Sweden, for fuck's sake. Look at Minnesota. They got a call to fucking prayer in Minneapolis. Minnesota. It used to be a Swedish stronghold.
I agree with what you're saying, Julio.
Mm-hmm.
But when it gets too bad, there's this lady named Mother Nature who will just wipe this shit out.
Well, I welcome her.
Yeah, they'll just all get wiped out, and everybody will forget what the fuck they were fighting about, and they'll come together.
But that's the problem, is every civilization goes through this. You get to a certain height, you can achieve so much more, and somebody drags you down. And it happened apparently with Greece, with the Dark Ages. It happened, well, Europe was more of a natural thing. The Romans invited people inside their borders that turn on them and ruin that civilization. And people don't learn. I mean, it's such a cliche, but you have to read history, read the history of Greece and Rome, and then look at America and go, oh, it's the same shit happening here that happened there.
It's okay. History's not important.
No,
I ordered a pizza, Kevin.
I was going to ask what you were eating, Jim.
I ordered a pizza. I fucking didn't eat dinner. I was starving, so I ordered a pizza, and it got here a lot faster than I expected. It's hot as fuck too, burning the shit out of me.
Where'd you order it from?
Shitty place.
Shitty. You got a pepperoni?
Shitty. Jets.
Oh, Jets Pizza. God damn, we got that here, and I don't eat it. Are you kidding me?
Hey, Dave,
yes, I was using a fork because it's spilling all over the place.
Spilling all over.
This is for Kevin.
Jim's like Odin on FNT.
Right.
Dimensions and then stack them upon each other into the design of a doorway. But when going the route of a trapezoidal design, each layer of block is a different shape than that of the one above or below it in order to achieve the symmetrical angle. That right there is next level difficulty. Now, again, this is not exactly the same as in India, but let me remind you again of the example involving the skyscrapers across the world. All different types of architecture, none are the same, but they're still essentially the same thing, just different. It's worth mentioning that these are not the only examples of trapezoidal doors you'll find around the world, though. In fact, a certain place in Italy has trapezoid doors, and this feature can even be found in ancient Egypt as well. Isn't that interesting? And real quick, the site here in Italy is in Lazio, and it was a tomb. Take a look at a few different photos here. Observe not just the shape of the doorway, but also the windows. And notice that it has false windows as well. Now let's compare that to Peru and tell me that this isn't incredibly similar. In fact, when you compare how there are sites that have both real and false windows, and of the same unique trapezoidal shape, and in combination of the other same style trapezoidal doorways also found in Peru as we just shared, this should make you wonder. But again, none of these details seen by themselves prove a global connection. You have to look at everything from the whole. Now, I had a career as a corporate fraud investigator where I would investigate employees that were suspected of stealing and defrauding the company. And I would gather evidence and build a case that would eventually lead to an arrest and prosecution. And what I can tell you is that
You say something?
I said he was
No.
a narc.
Yeah.
It's a fraud investigator.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
It's interesting. So he's used to looking for frauds.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Interesting.
in the court of law, regardless of the crime, that if you don't have, caught red-handed on videotape or something of the crime, what you do is you build up a bunch of points of evidence, line items of evidence, at this place, at this time, and you gather, and eventually all those lines of evidence lead to what's considered proof and will lead to a conviction. So let me ask you this. When you look at all the information that I've shared in this video, all the physical evidence, the details, is it really just a coincidence? Or when you piece it all together and you look at all the information together as opposed to individually, because you could write anything off. Oh, trapezoidal door, it's possible that's just a coincidence. The tridents, coincidence. All of this could be just a coincidence and inconsequential when you look at it by itself. But when you bring it all together, does this not amount to actual proof that clearly there's far more going on in our ancient past than what we ever thought? I mean, let's review real quick. We have gold funerary masks among 3 separate and far apart cultures that are supposed to have no connection to each other at all. We have depictions of cobra snakes at the head of 2 different cultures, along with depictions of the caduceus among 3 different cultures, along with depictions of the tridents among those cultures, depictions of handbags etched in stone, separated by, in some cases, tens of thousands of years when you consider Göbekli Tepe to the connection of the Olmecs in Mesoamerica. I mean, really, is that detail just a coincidence? How specific can we get? We also have the creepy similarity of the Moai statues to others in Peru.
I need to present the real nubs. This is the stuff that keeps the world going.
Jesus.
I just ate.
Who the fuck did that?
Damn you.
Damn Blackroyd.
Damn you, damn Blackroyd. Damn you all to hell.
Nice.
Maybe I'll make that my new thumbnail.
There you go.
Did you guys see this one though? Old Royer?
I did
Dim
see
or
that.
Jave. Dim or Jave. Either way, this ship will sail. Would you like to know more about shipping?
Nice.
The look on your face, Dave, and that is amazing.
Where he got that photo of Jim is what I want to know. Where the fuck did he get that picture? But it's
It's like
beautiful.
Tony Soprano and Paulie Walnuts on the boat.
That's so good, man. We
got
got
to
to
throw
bring
you
it.
a root beer.
I got to bring that.
Do you guys
Look at
think
this. I mean, look at this. This is unbelievable. You got the wrong heads on the wrong people, though. Jim's a little chubbier than me. He's got more man boob than I do.
Well, I'm shorter than you.
Yeah, definitely shorter.
Dave, you were like 6'11". Is that what you said? 7 foot?
No, 6'3". But
Oh, I'm 7'4".
God damn.
That's right. Yeah.
yeah, sure you are.
Yeah. Me and Lethal Burrito.
Yeah, that
I'm a
guy.
short walk.
Thanks for bringing some levity to the show. Go ahead, Jim.
Okay.
Turkey, and Indonesia. We also have a bizarre similarity between Egypt and Japan, when you consider that stone box sarcophagus and how similar they both look, and having had no connection between those two cultures that were a world apart. We also have polygonal stone blocks found throughout the world, ranging from Easter Island, Peru, Egypt, Japan, and throughout the Mediterranean. And we also have the stone nub phenomena that are found across the world, including, again, Japan, Micronesia, Indonesia, Egypt, Peru, and again throughout Africa and Europe. Consider all of that, and now take a second look at the similarities between the pyramids of Egypt, Cambodia, and Central America. Do these side-by-side comparisons really suggest a simple and natural evolution of structural design that are totally organic and natural within itself? Or is it when you study the specific and truly unique aspects, and in combination with everything else shared in this video, does it seem to be more than just a coincidence? Academics profusely reject an ancient global connection or civilization of any kind, and they ridicule others that suggest it with essentially name-calling, words like fringe and pseudo. Yet they never actually go through and share all of the details with those who they intend to persuade. Look at all these details that I've shared in this video and think for yourself. And isn't it interesting that none of these things were shared with you in school at all? In fact, only a very small percentage of people have seen some of these details before. Of course, there are ancient history enthusiasts that watch this channel that are subscribed. There are other YouTubers. I'm not the first to talk about these things. Although I can tell you that while researching this topic in the last number of weeks, that many of these things, I was blown away. My jaw dropped at seeing the connections between Japan and Easter Island and elsewhere around the world, that this adds up far more than I thought. I was already suspicious and thought that there was a global civilization. I think a lot of people that watch this channel and are enthusiasts for the topic of lost ancient civilizations.
So he doesn't really give us any reason for any of these similarities. He just says they're similar. And I mean, I agree, they're very similar. And to me, it says obviously there's something going on here. But, then in the back of my mind, I go, well, maybe those nubs are simply just the easiest way to attach ropes to move the things. And especially if you can't have a rope under it because you're going to lay it down, the rope would get stuck. So you'd have to have nubs sticking out or something to grab the stone. The way that you can put ropes around it and something for the ropes to grab onto without pulling off.
Well, that's what I was thinking too. When you left, it's like, okay, so, people create stuff all the time, right? For TV, comics, books, whatever it is, video games, and we're not all connected, right? But the ideas can be similar just because they're just people's thoughts.
Right. Yeah. Parallel thinking exists. Just look at Super Killer and Deadpool.
well, look at Cars, man. Like, I don't know, man. It's a nice thought. But
look at General Zod and his two partners and Alpha Core. It's just parallel thinking.
Exactly.
Global community.
Correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack us there.
No, you were fine. He's not really giving me any. He's just showing me pictures of stuff that looks similar, which is fine. I just think it's like some of the stuff that he is showing is interesting, because I just don't know why people would build stuff around the world the hardest way they could, unless they all were kind of told this is the best way to do things, and you guys should build things this way so they'll last forever. That's
odd too that the way that these things are built have lasted forever.
Right.
So it's like obviously they were doing something right. And the whole thing about the wheel, like I think the first time there was a tree on the ground that they rolled, somebody would have said, hey, if we cut this into sections, we could put, what I mean? I don't know. It seems easy enough that the wheel should have been very easy for someone to figure it out.
I think you're right. It was an accident of nature that happened, and somebody had the exclamation point go over their head and go, wait a minute, we can use that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like probably like that thing that they have where they fling stuff, where they like take
the spear
a
thrower
branch. like the
That
spirit
battle?
thrower thing. Yeah, like they probably got hit with a branch and it spun back and hit him and said, "What the fuck? That hurt, man. Why? If there was some way we could get that to, you know." And then they realized if we tie a string on it, we could put it and pull it, and then use the force. I don't know.
Yeah, it's again, it's he's not saying it's evidence. He's just saying it's interesting. Now, I'll give him that, right? He's not saying like you have to believe because I'm saying this. So
It's like I'm more questioning how somebody figured out to take, some dark aluminum powder and some charcoal and some bat guano and mix it together and make gunpowder.
well, I'm more interested to know. Yeah, I'm more interested to know how a guy made a knife that you can infuse your meat with. That's what I want to know. Fuck.
Jim, somebody was just trying to make spicy cocaine.
There you go.
Jim knows about that spicy cocaine.
I like this guy's video. It's a very entertaining video, but I wish he was more woo-woo.
Oh, you want woo-woo? Oh,
I mean, well, all this shit couldn't have happened,
Well, this was just because we kind of...
alien.
All right.
Like
All right. Okay. All right. Sorry.
Yeah, we haven't.
I'm on it.
Yeah.
No. I like this video. It's a good video.
I didn't realize that was only 480p. I'm on it. We'll speed it up a little. We'll get through this one.
They already knew it, but were they aware of the extent of all of this? I don't think it's a coincidence, but that's not to say that we should just start rewriting the textbooks right this second. But at a minimum, what is necessary is a whole new conversation and debate. And these details should at least be presented to the younger generation that is currently in school now. Because keep in mind, this stuff is shunned, right? Even people that study this stuff are oblivious to a lot of these same little details, right? So with that being said, there's going to be a whole new generation of academic scholars and archaeologists and historians that it would be great for them to be raised with a more open mind. Because what happens is people are raised into being told one thing, and then they grow up thinking the same thing. And then when they hear something new as an adult, they're like, wait, that's not true. If that was true, I already would have heard about it. But again, it goes back to my point that how many of these details have you never seen or heard of before? And how is it that the people that are saying that, no, it's all fringe, but they're not, when I say they talk about fringe, the things I shared with you, they're not responding to these details. They just say that transoceanic connections was impossible. That only started happening a few hundred years ago, and that's that. You're crazy. You're a pseudo historian or archaeologist. You're fringe if you think otherwise. But they don't share with you the same details while trying to persuade you when they say it. Think about that. And let me also say that I'm not necessarily suggesting that every single location was connected to every other single location that I just presented in this video. Let me go back to my example of the skyscrapers, how it originated in Chicago. I am suggesting that in that comparison, that when one thing starts somewhere, it eventually spreads, goes different places. And that's what I think happened in ancient times.
So he's saying that pyramid spread like herpes.
I could see that.
I mean,
once somebody touched a pyramid, it just kept going somewhere else.
Well, they had sailors back then, so there's a possibility STDs could have got everywhere.
Good point.
He wants the woo, he gets the woo.
Right.
Give us the woo.
Dozen of the most significant similarities to... In this video, I'm going to share several astonishing new details that have come to light involving the topic of the lost ancient city of Atlantis and the Eye of the Sahara, which in just the last few years has taken the internet by storm, as this unbelievably bizarre structure just so happens to match a dozen of the most significant similarities to Plato's description of the famed lost capital city of Atlantis. But perhaps the only thing stranger than these striking comparisons is the fact that the Richat structure itself remains a genuine scientific mystery that continues to confound scientists to this day, as this one-of-a-kind geological feature is like no other place found anywhere else on Earth and has remained essentially hidden and largely unknown within the remote Western Sahara Desert of Mauritania, which only makes its distinctive nature that much more curious when you consider that so few people have still never seen or heard of it before, even including the most curious and inquisitive minds around. But let me ask you this, Joe, real quick. When you saw my video, was that the very first time you had ever seen this thing before?
Yeah.
That's the thing. And that is the thing, because if nothing else, this extraordinarily unique anomaly should be included on the list of natural wonders of the world.
You see, he couldn't even play his clip on Joe Rogan without getting struck. He had to be really careful with it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
less than 7 seconds or whatever.
Yeah.
That doesn't even matter, dude. The 7 seconds don't mean shit, dude. It's we played 2 seconds of shit, and they're like,
I gotta grab another piece of pizza. I'll be right back.
it's not by your desk. What kind of loser
I didn't
is
want to
that?
bring the whole thing in here and smell it, and the dog's gonna try to get it.
Gotcha.
You should build a pyramid out of your pizza.
Of course. What kind of lame ass stuff is that? Who needs to make multiple trips to get pizza? It just should be sitting there, Julio.
I agree. So what are these things that we're looking at? Do we know, or is only Jim know? 'Cause I'm curious.
Where are we at? The 7 wonders of the natural world. So Grand Canyon, the Partucan volcano, Rio de Janeiro Harbor, Victoria Falls, Mount Everest, Great Barrier Reef, Northern Lights. So these are just natural wonders, not the like man-built wonders, right? So
Jim's dog wants that pizza. We got pepperoni on there. Looks good.
pepperoni. I can't believe we just brought 1 slice. You know he's going to go back for more. The fuck? You know you're going back for more, Jim. Why'd you just get 1 slice?
I'm trying not to eat that much.
Yeah.
Late.
Did you order a large?
No, a medium.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a start.
Yes, I see. TPPT is right. Every time I get up to walk to get the pizza, Dave, that's exercise.
Damn right. Your watch will count those calories.
Yeah.
Got to get those steps in.
Yeah, I didn't. And I didn't get I got the thin New York style crust, so that way less carbs.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
1 bite. Everybody knows the rules.
With all the pepperoni on top, cheese.
It's not that much pepperoni. Not that much. I don't even think this is real cheese.
Hey,
No,
the
I do not
pepperoni-
dip my pizza in ranch. That is.
Oh,
No, that's
how the
disgusting.
fuck does that?
America.
Wow.
What kind of un-American shit is that?
Disgrazia. No good.
Jesus Christ. Well, maybe it is American because I think we created ranch.
Yeah.
I saw a pizza with French fries as a topping.
Well, go to Japan. They have mayonnaise and corn on the pizza sometimes.
What?
Yeah.
Was it Sweden likes their French fries with mayonnaise?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Have you ever had poutine?
Yeah.
I want to try it.
I've never heard of it.
it's Canadian.
It's
isn't
like French fries with cheese curds or something.
it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've had that. I
And
had
like
it
in brown
in
gravy
Wisconsin.
too, I think,
Yeah.
or something.
It's fucking delicious, but goddamn, it's a heart attack in a fucking plastic cup.
Is it? I like the idea of the French fries with the gravy, but
Oh, the
cheese
cheese
curd.
curds. The cheese curds are unbelievable to go with it because they're not the store-bought cheese curds. These are like made fresh,
Yeah, I don't
so they
know.
actually melt. It's so good, Jim. I had it this winter when I was in the Dells with my Mr. Beast burger.
it was all over the place when I was in Montreal. It was on every menu, but I didn't pull the trigger.
Oh, you should try it.
I did get the Montreal smoked meat sandwich, which is the most delicious thing I've ever had in my fucking entire life. It was so amazing.
Really?
What kind of meat was it?
I don't even know. They put it on a panini. I don't even
See,
know.
that scares me when they just call it smoked meat.
It's like a
Could be.
Montreal thing. It was amazing. My mouth is watering. I'm gonna get in my car tomorrow. Take the day off.
Drive to Montreal.
It's 11 hours from where I am. Trip over the homeless people up there and get a sandwich.
Can't you just order one and have it delivered?
I don't
Like
think
you
they
can-
make them around here.
I'm saying, like, do they sell like a kit? Like Portillo's will sell you anything through the fucking mail. You ever had Italian beef?
I don't think so. Probably have, but not that I know of. I've had like braciole and stuff.
Try some Italian beef from Portillo's. You can order it online. Jim does it all the time. What do you order, Jim?
Yeah, I just get 5 pounds.
You just do the beef or do the hot dogs too?
No, I don't order the hot dogs. I just do the beef.
What do you do with it? You put it in a crock pot or whatever? Or
No, you do anything you want with it. They give you the au jus, a bag. It used to come in a container. Now they just do bags. It's like a bag of au. You just put it on the stove. You bring it up to like 180 degrees. You throw the beef in for a couple minutes. Then you put it on the bread. They give you the bread. You throw it in the oven for 5 minutes at 450 or something. And
All right.
Oh, it's a staple here in Chicago, dude.
I'm on their website now.
Okay.
when you order it from them, they'll say you get like 2 pounds to try or something, and then they send you a bag of like sweet peppers. They're all ready to go. Plus, they'll give you some hot jardinere.
Oh, they send you the jardinere too?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. There, Italian beef sandwich.
And Portillo's has fantastic bread for their sandwiches.
Yeah.
So, but one of the best things that you can get from Portillo's is that fucking combo with the sausage and the beef together.
All
with
right.
some mozzarella and some hot peppers. Holy shit. Well, you've had Italian beef, right?
Oh, no, I'm thinking of the broccoli Rob sandwich.
No, Italian beef's a Chicago thing.
I think I've had Italian beef, but it was at the airport, so it doesn't count.
Have you ever had a French dip?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of the same thing.
Okay.
Close.
Have you had brajol?
Brajol?
Listen, my grandmother used to make it. Beat the shit out of the meat, wrap it up in cooking twine.
Yeah.
They cook forever. So good.
Damn it, Tim, you had to order a pizza, didn't you? Son of a bitch.
We always talk about food for at least 20 minutes on these shows.
It has to happen eventually.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, when you see the new lines of evidence that I'm going to share in this video, it will become exceedingly apparent that the fittingly named Eye of the Sahara is by far the most likely location for the lost capital city of Atlantis. And not only that, these new details will likely make those who previously thought that this site could not possibly be the location of Atlantis think again. So with all of that said, let me start off by sharing something particularly interesting. It is widely known that the ancient Romans were renowned for documenting everything.
It's somebody playing games. They're playing games.
Nice.
They wouldn't say that. It would just say message deleted.
Oh, okay.
Went to profound extent to accumulate knowledge and information from every location their vast empire ventured. So I have to admit that I was quite surprised to learn of someone by the name of Pomponius Mea, who was the Romans' first geographer dating back to some 2,000 years ago, and had created a sophisticated map of the known world at that time.
Now, do you think this guy was Pomponius? And that's where they came up with the word pompous, from Pomponius?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because he thought he knew everything?
We'll go with that.
He drew it all on a map?
Yeah, we can go with that.
Checks out.
Sounds like good math to
Titled
me.
The Habitable World of Pomponius Mea, something that up until recently I had never seen or heard of before. And real quick, let's not confuse this map with the ancient Greek historian Herodotus' map of the known world of 2,500 years ago, which I shared in one of my prior videos on this topic. A map that curiously listed Atlantis in the same location of the Rishot. However, the original source of this map is a bit of a mystery, as modern historians claim that Herodotus is not known to have ever created an actual map and have thus put its origins into question. So, putting that map aside, let's focus on this verifiably authentic 2,000-year-old map that has also annotated something very interesting in the Western Sahara Desert. First, notice that this map is oriented to the east in its original form, so let me go ahead and flip it to a north-south facing orientation so we can gain our bearing. And the features of Europe, West Asia, and North Africa become apparent. So let's now focus our attention to what is in the northwest region of the Sahara and observe what it annotates here. Atlantia, or Atlantiae, which more or less appears as Atlanteans, and again, in the same geographical region of the Rishot structure, which, like I've shared in my prior videos, just so happens to coincidentally match so many precise details that Plato described of Atlantis, including that the capital city was famously said to be made up of concentric circles, specifically 3 rings of water and 2 of land, which correctly matches the Rishot with water in it, which it certainly did, as I will prove to you with hard scientific data in just a moment. But the circular ring city was also said to have an opening to the sea at the south, which not only matches the southerly opening of the Rishot anomaly, but it even has existing evidence of a flow of salt water that is still visible to this day, which, and again, I will prove with hard scientific evidence shortly. But Atlantis was also said to be surrounded by a large rectangular plain, which is another arguable similarity that extends for hundreds of miles on both sides of the Richat. But furthermore, Atlantis was said to be made of black, red, and white color stones, which is another specifically unique similarity that matches the geological nature of the Richat. And speaking of uniquely specific geological features, this next detail that I recently learned of blew me away, as there is English literature from the year 1851 on the Preliminary Treatise of Resources of Ancient Mauritania, which describes the country as having gold in considerable quantities, and even specifically states, and I quote, that it is a well-authenticated fact that previous to the discovery of America, Europe was supplied to a great extent with gold from Mauritania. How have I never heard of this before? And get this. Mauritania was so rich in gold that several hundred years ago, a king by the name of Mansa Musa of the Mali Empire, which was a region of Africa that includes modern-day Mauritania, was said to have been the richest man in all of human history. So rich that he far exceeds the richest billionaires alive today. In fact, he owned gold mines which account for more than half of the world's supply of gold today. And by the way, something else you'll find interesting related to that 1851 Treatise of Ancient Mauritanian Resources is that it describes ancient Mauritania of having an abundance of elephant ivory, which is a significant detail considering that Atlantis was said to have numerous elephants on the island. And so it's worth mentioning that there is also...
There's just one problem.
Yeah.
The eye of the Sahara isn't a fucking island. It's in the middle of the fucking continent of Africa.
Well, now.
Well, wouldn't it have been higher before when the water was lower?
Who knows, man? All this stuff is all cyclical. Who knows where and what everything was, you know?
And who knows how old Atlantis is? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, that story could have been told forever. I don't know. I mean, did they say Atlantis was an island or was just surrounded by water?
He just said it was an island.
Oh, he
It's
did.
the island of Atlantis. They're supposedly the sea people. They came from the sea. So why would they be sea people if they're in the middle of the fucking continent?
I don't know. He's got a good. You know, we've seen the detractors of this theory, but he's very, very pumped about it, Jim.
Oh yeah, he believes this.
Existing cave art depicting elephants in the area around the Richat as well, as I've shared previously. But I digress.
Okay, well, yeah, there's fucking elephants in Africa, dude. Nobody denies there being elephants in Africa. Why is he making a big deal about there being fucking elephants in Africa? All right.
Because another highly specific feature of Atlantis was that its center island was described as being geothermal in nature, and that it was said to have hot springs as well as springs of cold, fresh water, which is a reason why some have dismissed the dry, barren Richat structure as a possibility for Atlantis. So I imagine that many will find it very interesting to learn that there is a little-known study of the Richat structure dating back to the late 1990s, which describes the Richat as being a hydrothermal complex. Well, hot springs themselves are the very definition of a hydrothermal anomaly. And the fact that there's an actual scientific study corroborating this uniquely specific characteristic is significant in itself, because although the Richat may be a dry, barren place today, we must imagine what a different landscape this region was some 11 to 12,000 years ago at the time of Atlantis. And speaking of 11 to 12,000 years ago, this is the part in the video where things get crazier and will continue to do so through the rest of the video. Because another key aspect is that Atlantis was described as having impressive mountains to the north. So, assuming that the cliffs of the Adra Highlands don't already meet that description, there is likewise a massive mountain chain to the north called the Atlas Mountains, which were aptly named after the first known king of Mauritania, who, get this, just so happens to share the same exact name of the very first king of Atlantis, who was also named Atlas. Gee, what a coincidence. But it only gets more bizarre from here, because not only was the city of Atlantis described as having mountains located to the north, but also said to have rivers. So get this. Recent scientific studies have confirmed an ancient river called the Tamanrasset that flowed from the Atlas Mountains and winded some 500 kilometers all the way to the Atlantic Ocean, directly in the path of the Eye of the Sahara. And if that isn't fascinating enough, just look at the date of when that river is known to have existed. 11,700 years ago, precisely within the time frame of when Atlantis was said to have been destroyed. Make no mistake, the entire region of the Sahara looked completely different at that time compared to what we see today. And the next few details that I'm going to share may very well blow your mind. Because, like I've shared in multiple prior videos, there is tremendous evidence of vast water erosion throughout the Sahara Desert, which is so extreme that it can be clearly observed from space via satellite imagery. Make no mistake, this is not wind erosion and has been confirmed to be catastrophic levels of water erosion by subject matter experts, including even the respected Randall Carlson himself. And the overwhelmingly apparent water striations that rip right through the Richat structure all the way to the Atlantic Ocean are evident for all who have eyes to see. And upon further study, it looks as if an unimaginably massive force of water had blasted its way from the Mediterranean Sea through North Africa, creating a path that just so happens to be at all the lowest elevational points through the Sahara, just as water would naturally direct itself. And this is the part where things get really nuts, because there is a little known yet unbelievably fascinating scientific study that revealed a gigantic under-ocean seafloor slide off the coast of Mauritania and is referred to as the Mauritanian Slide, and dates back to approximately 11,000 years ago, give or take, and was, get this, believed to have been created by a tsunami. A tsunami that, given the very nature of its shape, would have originated from the east, as you can see from the debris field's widest point, and pushed westward to where the debris field eventually becomes more narrow. But not only that, this massive seafloor slide is located directly in front of the Richat's path, as you can see from the reference locations on the study when compared to the respective locations on planet Earth. And when I say that this seafloor slide is massive, observe the legend in the lower right. From my own estimation, it is 300 kilometers, or nearly 200 miles wide from east to west, and nearly 150 kilometers, or 100 miles wide, when measured from north to south. To put that east-west measurement into perspective, the debris field generated by this tsunami is more than 25% wider than the maximum width of Florida's peninsula. Another comparison is that it's virtually the same distance from Washington, D.C. to New York City. So the big question becomes, what on earth happened to send a biblical-sized tsunami, so to speak, through North Africa in the approximate neighborhood of 11,000 years ago? And let's be real. If the Richat structure is indeed the actual location for the lost city, the remains of it would be found in the area of this debris field, which, by the way, is stacked layer of debris sediment and is at least a couple thousand meters or more than a mile deep. This entire area needs to be scanned with LiDAR and even drilled for examination. Now, let me keep going, because this seafloor slide is not the only piece of evidence that suggests that the ocean bulldozed its way through the Sahara at the time of Atlantis, as the next detail I'm going to share is extremely significant. And I must first preface it by sharing a highly important detail that I've mentioned in prior videos, which is that the last time the Sahara was said to be under the ocean was at the time of the Trans-Saharan Seaway, which is estimated to have existed some 56 to 66 million years ago, essentially all the way back to the time of the dinosaurs. And you can distinguish the regions of the Sahara where this seaway is known to have once flowed, but here's the thing. You can also clearly observe that this seaway is not annotated to have went west over the Richat. Rather, it went south, which is why I suggest that something else happened, something separate and far more recently that has somehow eluded scientists and researchers. And here is the smoking gun evidence which proves it. Koussi is the Sahara's largest volcano, reaching a height of 11,300 feet or more than 3,400 meters, and is dated to be 2 million years old. And the last known lava flow occurred at the south end of Koussi's caldera in the neighborhood of 12,000 years ago, give or take. And this is the part that is unbelievably significant, because notice how the volcano is positioned directly along the clear path of catastrophic water erosion, just as we see as the Richat. You can literally see the line of the path that the water took, and which clearly eroded and erased portions of that 12,000-year-old lava flow, which means that the flooding would have had to have happened after that volcanic activity. Whether it be 12,000 years ago or 2 million years ago at the birth of this volcano, this is hard evidence that the ocean blasted its way through the Sahara far more recently than 56 to 66 million years ago that's been claimed. And the evidence does not stop there, because this white blemish within Koussi's caldera at 11,000 plus feet in elevation is not snow, it's salt. Salt that is said to be the remains of an ancient lake that disappeared just thousands of years ago. And not only that, small aquatic life, including gastropods, which consist of snails, slugs, limpets, and other small little creatures, have been found within the caldera and have been radiocarbon dated to some 14 to 15,000 years ago. How did they get there, and where did that salt come from? Because make no mistake, this salt water would obviously had to have come after this volcano's eruption, certainly not before. So let me now take you back to the Richat structure so I can share one of the most significant details of this video, as it will prove that seawater was indeed inside the Richat at the exact time of Atlantis. Just as I've shared in other videos, all these white blemishes are indeed salt. In fact, the entire region around the Richat in Mauritania itself is known for vast amounts of salt that are mined and exported to this day. And when you consider that all the areas in and around the Richat with these concentrations of salt also happen to be in the areas of the lowest elevation, it seems reasonable to conclude that seawater had once settled and evaporated here. And this next part is the smoking gun evidence, as I have found another little-known study that shares how aquatic life, including mollusks, which, by the way, examples of mollusks include oysters, clams, mussels.
Yeah, but I think the problem with him saying it is that the size of this structure does not even come close to matching the size of what the city was supposed to be. You know, like these rings he's talking about. If we look at these rings, like where's this? You know what I mean? Like where's the ring of land that he's talking about, and the ring of sea? And this looks like ring, 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 ring. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not
A big landmass is what you're saying?
yeah, like the land mass, the city of Atlantis is supposed to be like 26 square miles or something, if I'm not mistaken, like in the center where the main center stadias or whatever in the center is supposed to be huge.
I thought that was side to side.
Let's see here.
What do you think about this, Wode? You think this has good evidence?
I don't know. I mean, it's definitely an interesting anomaly. Like just seeing it, and you know,
It does look like a weird thing in the middle of the desert for no reason. Like
it does seem really strange that it's, you know, cleanly geometrically in circles, like something purposely was placed there, right? I mean, if you just look at the picture, like, oh, what's going on there? It's definitely out of the ordinary, but you know, there's just so much we don't know.
I think the mainstream scientists say it's like a caldera or something that,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, mainstream scientists also tell us that cow farts are going to kill us. So, you know, we got to get rid of the cows because, you know, they fart too much. The Wode.
Yeah. Cows farting, dude.
Yeah, it's gonna destroy our environment.
Yep. So to combat that, I like to eat lots of cows.
Yeah, it's a good. Yeah,
I try and safeguard the environment by eating beef.
yeah.
When
I like some pork too.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not big on those chickens though. They can fuck off. Give me some beef and pork.
Hey, eggs are good.
Yeah, the eggs are good, but the chicken, you know.
Yeah, you got to eat them before they're chickens.
Yeah, see, here's Atlantis right here. This is where it is. It's right here on this map.
Yep,
Why
that's
didn't he
it.
just use this map?
This guy's totally fuck all wrong. It's right there.
It's right there. It says Atlantis, see?
Yeah, exactly.
See?
Not over here.
But
Science,
planet,
bitch.
But we have a growing Earth, so maybe it just swooped right into the center of Africa when the Earth was expanding.
Yeah.
That's a possibility, right? I mean,
maybe. But yeah, the size though, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I know someone said it's like huge. Like the amount of space it took up, because there were supposedly like millions of people living there.
Wasn't supposed to be like a megalopolis or some crazy business. Like tens of millions of people living there, if not more.
Like today's perfectly walking city that they're trying to build in Dubai or whatever. You've seen that shit, right?
Like a 15-minute city versus a 15-day city.
Yeah. You know that project has gone to fucking hell, right? I watched a whole documentary on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It should go to hell.
Line or something like that. Wasn't that the name of it?
I think so. It's dude, that's a pipe dream. Who the fuck wants to live like that, man? Like,
man.
Hey, you know,
amazing architecture over there, though. I will give them that. Some of those buildings are fucking nuts.
You can walk anywhere within 15 minutes and get yourself a nice cricket burger.
Crazy Cat for 5 says, I have a way better and far more compelling Atlantis video suggestion. Esoteric Secrets of Atlantis by Robert Stepper. Do you know that one, Jim?
Oh, I've never heard it. No, I would be willing to watch it though.
Let's see. ROBERTSE. God damn it, David, spell properly. Ugh. All right. YouTube. So let's see what this is. Robert Sepper. ROBERTSEP. All right. Robert Sepper. Atlantis.
Here, this is supposed to be like radius and diameter in meters. So this is saying between 42,000 and 84,000 meters, the outer rim.
All right. Let's see what Robert has to say.
Oh, Dave,
That's
this seems like good spot for me. I'm gonna bounce out. Okay, bud.
All right, buddy. Well, thanks for joining.
No, thanks, guys, and hopefully I'll talk to you all soon.
Yeah, we got to get the 40K stream going, man.
For sure. Yeah. You guys all take care. Thanks, chat.
All right. See you, guys. All right, let's hear what Robert has to say. Robert's got quite a few subs. This video's got quite a few views. Let's see what he's got to say.
I did some forward recon on this. You're going to want to put this at 1.25.
Oh, 1.25?
Well, that's my suggestion. As much as I don't like that.
Critias and Timaeus, where he describes it as a large island situated somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which are believed to be the Strait of Gibraltar. Plato claims the legend was passed down by the Egyptians, who said Atlantis had fertile land, implying that they knew of agriculture during the Pleistocene. The capital city of Atlantis.
I like when they do this kind of stuff, Julio. I love this shit. Like they actually do the work and make it look cool. Like, yeah, this is my magic.
Yeah.
Was described as a series of concentric circles of land and water, alternating in layers, with the royal palace situated at the center, with a temple dedicated to the god Poseidon on a hill. The well-designed layout of the city was said to be crisscrossed with canals and waterways, facilitating transportation and trade within the island, as well as an irrigation system. If true, this points to a sophisticated knowledge of mathematics, geometry, and mechanics to build these structures. These water systems were likely designed to provide both practical benefits and aesthetic beauty to the city, and believed to be a testament to the advanced planning and engineering skills of the Atlanteans, who were portrayed as a highly advanced civilization with sophisticated architecture, engineering, urban planning, and military prowess. Atlantis was said to be adorned with magnificent buildings made of precious metals and stones. These structures were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also served practical purposes, such as governmental administration.
Doesn't that look cool as shit, Jim?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Man. How come we can't do anything this cool now, Julio? Jeez.
That's a one-word answer, Dave, that I can't say.
Lazy?
Education,
Close.
and religious worship. The capital city was also well defended, with fortifications such as walls and moats protecting it from external threats. The strategic placement of these defenses suggests an advanced understanding of military tactics and architecture. Religious structures played a significant role in Atlantis, with temple complexes dedicated to various deities. These temples were likely adorned with intricate carvings, statues, and other artistic embellishments, showcasing the spiritual beliefs of the Atlantean people. Quote, "Now in this island of Atlantis, there existed a confederation of kings, of great and marvelous power, which held sway over all the island, and over many other islands also, and parts of the continent. And, moreover, of the lands here within the straits, they ruled over Libya as far as Egypt, and over Europe as far as Tuscany."
Feels like a Assassin's Creed game right here, Julio. You're like, holy shit. I played this game.
Despite their advancements, the Atlanteans became morally corrupt and arrogant. They engaged in imperialistic ventures, seeking to conquer other lands and expand their dominion. Their hubris eventually led to their downfall. Quote, "For many generations, as long as the divine nature lasted in them, they were obedient to the laws and well affectioned towards the god whose seed
Did
they
you
were."
order a fearsome preview book, Dave?
No. Why?
I'm just because Ethan's selling them on eBay right now, and I still didn't get mine.
Is there another stream going on, Jim?
Huh?
Is there another stream going on?
Oh, he's streaming. I was looking at what he's doing.
I like this video, Crazy Cat. Thank you for the $5, by the way. This is a good video. Give Crazy Cat his credit. It's a good recommendation.
He's a good egg.
Yes. Yes.
It's true, and in every way great spirits. However, over time, the Atlanteans became corrupt. When the divine portion began to fade away, and became diluted too often.
That sounds like the Anunnaki too, Jim. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of the same story.
Often and too much with the mortal admixture, and the human nature got the upper hand. They then, being unable to bear their fortune, behaved unseemly, and to him who had an eye to see, grew visibly debased.
That sounds just like the Anunnaki, dude. And this is
Yeah.
Plato talking about these guys. Huh. Interesting.
Atlantis met its demise in a cataclysmic end, sinking into the ocean in a single day and night. This catastrophic destruction was seen as a punishment from the gods for the Atlantean moral decay and hubris. There occurred portentous earthquakes and floods, and one grievous day and night befell them, when the whole body of your warriors was swallowed up by the earth, and the island of Atlantis, in like manner, was swallowed up by the sea. Some survivors of the destruction of Atlantis were said to have fled to other lands, dispersing their knowledge and culture. The memory of Atlantis and its demise was passed down through generations, inspiring speculation and fascination. Of course, this fascination has continued up until present time, with researchers such as Heinrich Schliemann making archaeological discoveries found in Greek mythology, such as the mythical city of Troy. That said, the German government of the 20th century spent considerable money and resources conducting anthropological research at the highest level, trying to discover whether humanity did indeed once have a global, seafaring civilization that met its demise from war and global cataclysms. The organization that conducted this research for Germany between 1935 and 1945 was called Ahnenerbe, which was composed of scholars and scientists from a broad range of academic disciplines that fostered the idea that the German people descended from the remnants of this ancient Atlantean culture, who during the Holocene were historically documented.
Yeah, but they were doing it for different reasons. They were looking for technology. Those Yahtzee bastards were looking for some cool technology.
I had a whole DVD set back in the day with all this shit about how the Nazis, whatever. Can I say that on you? Whatever. The Germans in World War II were looking for all this ancient technology from Atlantis and this. Fascinating.
Yeah.
Shit. Like it was a cult and all that stuff.
Yep.
Documented as the Aryans. In 1981, an interview was conducted with the general of the Waffen SS and liaison to the Fuhrer during World War II, Karl Wolff. He believed that the stories of the Bible were in fact, to a large degree, hijacked or stolen, and in actuality were about a demographic which descended from Atlantean ancestors and eventually gave rise to the Germanic and other related people, and that the German anthropologists, or Ahnenerbe, were trying to reclaim their identity, which many felt was covertly appropriated by a leftist sect that wanted to bring about a totalitarian, communist world empire. Was the Ahnenerbe sinister? I'm taught in school Ahnenerbe was to study dark magic to bring evil to the earth. The Ahnenerbe was nothing more than an organization that was like a museum. Those involved were dedicated to the study of Germanic history and the history of our people in relation to our origins. Those scholars in the Ahnenerbe had the whole world to study. Every idea and theory was looked into. Race was a main focus, investigating our early ancestors and where they have been. There were parts of the world where great cities and structures were built, but the people seemed to lack the intelligence for such endeavors. Every study that was done seemed to suggest the same outcome. A higher race of people settled in the areas of the world, but did not last, and building lasting testaments to their culture that outlived them. The Ahnenerbe was, in a roundabout way, showing the area of Palestine, Persia, India, and parts of North Africa were concentrations of our people. Our ancestors colonized wherever they settled, building great things. Only one population.
Did they say colonized, Jim?
Yes,
These colonizers? Oh my God. Oh my God, these colonizing pieces of shit. I want my reparations, Julio. I want my reparations.
Me too. I'm Italian. Do you know how many Romans were slaves? Those wops owe me money.
Dude, everybody's been colonized. It's what we do. What the fuck?
On Earth has demonstrated the ability to do these things. I firmly believe that areas of the world now populated by other groups, such as Arabs, were in fact home to our people before many moved north into today's Europe. Many Germans belong to societies that studied our past. Some look for other reasons for our existence than what the church taught. They believe that the earth was inhabited long ago by a special race of people who brought wisdom to the ancients that gave them an edge over other people. They spread all over the earth and built great civilizations, but were wiped out by wars. It is interesting to me that now some scholars believe this could have happened.
I gotta take the dog out.
Oh my God, man. It's like the Anunnaki and Atlantis are kind of the same story, Julio. So
Atlantis reminds me of Numenor from Tolkien a little bit. I think it was Plato that talked about them. They were saying, well, they got too decadent, but look at us strong Greeks. We defeated them because we kept it Spartan on our side. It was
until they didn't, right?
Well,
until they didn't.
Now they don't pay their debt. Yeah, but
yeah. I mean,
I think it was a civilization that was made up to strengthen the people in your civilization. Like what do you call I can't think of the word.
Well, just think if you lived back during Roman times, right? Your civilization was around for thousands of years. You would never think Rome would crumble if you were a Roman citizen.
Yeah.
And it fucking fell off the face of the earth. We went into the Dark Ages, and now Italy struggles to be a country. It's really fucking wild.
Rome shouldn't have opened their borders.
Well, I think another country that's only 200 years, or a little over 200 years, needs to practice that thing as well, because we're too young to be infiltrating our borders, and not, at least give us 1,000 years of some solid background to, build a real culture. Because the one thing about the United States is every state has its own culture, Julio. You know what I mean? Like, you go to
Right. Alabama ain't like Maine.
Virginia's not Maryland. Yeah, it's just
not.
Right.
Western Maryland's not like Maryland. It's right.
It's fantastic.
Could be.
But when people come here and don't assimilate and just even agree with the local state culture that they live in, it fucks everything up. Yeah, dude. They even sold people to help the colonization, TP. So Red Scorpion says true. Numenor was based on Plato's Atlantis.
So I guessed right. Thanks, Red Scorpion.
Hey, you're not.
I was spitballing every now and again. I get one.
Did you order some food too? Is that what you're doing? You're eating off camera?
Me? No. I've been sick for 3 days, and I look like I've been hit by a bus. So I'm.
Oh. Well, at least it didn't back up, so that's okay.
Yeah. See?
What's that? Oh, yeah. Where's your hat?
I don't know. I haven't. No hat.
Yeah, you look like you're like wearing a white T-shirt. And you just got out of bed for the stream. Like, you look rough, dude. What the hell? What you had, the flu?
I don't know. I think it's COVID. I ordered a test.
Don't order that kit. Don't you order that kit?
No,
dude.
Should I get the medicine though?
Over it. What if
short of breath?
So what if you got COVID? They ain't gonna give you anything for it.
I smoked for 25 years. I'm high risk. I gotta.
But they're not gonna give you anything for it.
What's COVID and what they give you?
You just go get some fucking horse paste and you'll be fine.
I can inject some bleach. I got some bleach in the kitchen.
Oh yeah, that whole Trump thing. Oh my God.
Right.
Anyways, enough of me on camera.
That was some bullshit, Crazy Cat. I don't see any difference.
Fucking cunt.
I'm gonna email you. I'm gonna mail you some horse paste, buddy. Dude, I do enjoy a good aquarium. They are so cool, especially when you're with a grandkid and they're just like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
I better not get
Rudolf Steiner was an Austrian philosopher that opposed the National Socialists. That said, he still subscribed to the same idea that the ancient
Is this guy in Branson, Missouri? I swear to God, he's at the Branson, Missouri.
Aryans originated from Atlantis, which he described as a spiritually advanced civilization that existed prior to recorded history. According to Steiner, the Atlanteans possessed advanced spiritual knowledge, and after cataclysmic earth changes which submerged the island under rapidly melting glaciers, they survived and migrated from Atlantis to various parts of the world, carrying their spiritual wisdom and cultural heritage with them. He suggested that the Aryan influences could be found in ancient civilizations, such as those of India, Persia, or Iran, and Europe. Steiner viewed the Aryans as cultural bearers who contributed to the development of human civilization through their spiritual insights, artistic achievements, and social structures. He believed that their legacy could be seen in the languages, religions, and cultural traditions, and revered symbols of different societies on both sides of the Atlantic, such as the swastika or the cross. According to his teachings, there have been several root races that have inhabited the earth successively, each with its own unique characteristics and spiritual qualities. This concept is mirrored before him in the work of Helena Blavatsky, founder of the Theosophical Society and a prominent figure in the spiritual and esoteric movements of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, offering her own interpretation of Atlantis and its sinking, which incorporated elements of Eastern religions, ancient mythologies, and occult teachings. According to Blavatsky, the Atlanteans possessed psychic abilities and had a deep understanding of the hidden forces of nature, and suggested that the sinking of Atlantis was the result of a combination of moral degeneration and misuse of spiritual and scientific knowledge, leading to catastrophic consequences and plunging the advanced demographic of humanity back into the Stone Age. In Blavatsky's view, the sinking of Atlantis was not merely a physical event, but also a spiritual one. She claimed that Atlantis was located in the Atlantic Ocean and was the origin of Cro-Magnon man, the first fully modern Homo sapien.
It's almost like she's saying global warming caused their fucking disaster. You know what I'm saying? You're like, and this chick, this is like super old, but like I know she's not. She's using like moralistic stuff, but they try to use our our modern day tries to use global warming as a religion to get us to convert to this stuff. And if we don't believe in global warming, then we're atheists almost. You know what I'm saying? It's really weird how they try to put that on people, and it sucks.
I will give the Germans credit for having an open mind about this stuff, which is what I think we're trying to do here on the woo-woo streams. Like they're actually trying to go out and capture ancient knowledge, even if it's crazy. Just
I know.
It's interesting anyway.
Yeah. I look, if you're gonna ask me what breed my dogs are, I don't remember. If you don't believe they use their powers for evil and it costs them dearly. Yeah, but then then you have to believe. So apparently she's a religious person by thinking this, because something struck them down. Their bad way of living life caused the flood and the earthquakes to destroy Atlantis in 24 hours. They actually have a breed, Chris. I can't remember. They're sisters. I've got Mina and Winnie. Those two are sisters. We went to the breeders one day, and she had 2 dogs left. And I said, well, I can't leave one. So I bought 2.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I do. I did the same thing with my German Shepherds.
Yeah.
Got to take her brother.
Because they were the only 2 left in the place. If there'd have been like 5 left, I'd been no problem. But they were the last 2, and I was like, oh, okay. I'll take them both. And the lady looked at me like, really? I go, well, fuck yeah, I'll take them both. I swear to God, I'd bring home a new dog every month if I could. I love them. Even though they annoy the fuck out of me with their barking, I still love them having around. They make me feel good when I get home. They're so happy to see me. Just like Jib's dog. He's happy to see you when you walk in the door, right?
Yep.
It's an unbelievable feeling, because your kids and your wife are like, what's up, dick fuck? Your dog's like jumping up and down. Hey, what's up, daddy?
I thought about getting a dog here because I'm by myself. I've never lived by myself.
Are you allowed to have a dog?
I can if I want to, but I don't know. I keep thinking.
Well, you should, since you work from home, dude. It'd be different if you weren't working from home, right?
Right. I don't know. It's December at 2 a.m. I got to walk. I don't know.
No, dude. You buy him now in house. You buy him now in house. Train him to hold it all night.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
But don't buy it in December. That's a motherfucker. Because then you're taking that little shit out every 2 hours, and he's still pissing in the house, right? Till he gets used to it.
Yeah.
Now I will say one thing. These 2 girls, they have their crates down here, and they sleep in their crates all night. Like the last time they went out was around 9:30 tonight, and they'll go in their crates, when the stream ends, and they probably won't go out again tomorrow morning till like 8 or 9, and they'll be fine. So
you're right. I should get a dog.
Yeah, but do it now, so that you're not miserable when they do wake you up at 2 a.m. But make sure you get the crate, dude. The crate matters.
It's fair.
It does matter, especially if you want to get some sleep at night, because you get the crate that matches their age, so it's not too big for them to want to poop or pee in it. They won't shit on themselves.
Yep.
They're good. And my dogs, like, I'll turn around some nights and they're already in their crates. I'm like, cool. Like, they're tired. They had enough. They're out. I'm like, well, it's only 5 a.m, guys. Why are you being such pussies?
Not to derail the stream, but I know that's BTM, but you went to a breeder. When I got my German Shepherds, it was an AKC breeder, but I don't know. That was my wife's decision. Before I married my second wife, I always went to the pound to get a dog. I feel bad for them. Like, you gotta get
That's fine.
you know.
I just, here's my problem. I don't like to buy other people's problems.
Yeah,
And I don't know how that other person treated their dog.
that's true.
And I don't like that. I figure if I can get them, it doesn't have to be a breeder all the time, but there's people that, remember when you could actually put a pet on in a newspaper, and you could say, oh, they're selling German Shepherds down the street, Dad. Let's go get one. That shit's gone.
Yep.
But those were the good old days. So, literally the day I bought these 2 girls, we were driving, and I saw a sign that said breeder. I said, well, let's stop in. My wife's like, no, not another dog. We stopped in. An hour later, we had 2 dogs, bringing them home. Yeah, this whole rescue thing, I just, look, man, I don't care. I understand feeling bad for them, but
I'm a little softy. Yeah.
yeah, but when they tear up your house because they're out of control, and you're like, Jesus Christ, I thought you were an adult. You were a mature dog. Yeah, but they might have issues, dude. Maybe they don't like being alone because when they were alone before, their house caught on fire. You know what I mean? You have no fucking idea what trauma these animals have.
That's true. It's like having your own child.
Yeah.
Getting somebody else. Yeah, that's a good point.
And Colt, my little guy here, who's on the stream all the time, we bought him during COVID. It pissed my wife off so much too, because we had Scout, and he's our golden retriever. He was our last dog that we had left, and she's like, "Oh, finally, we're getting rid of the pets." I said, "Well, I'm going to the pet store." She said, "No." I said, "Yeah, I'm going." So she came with me, and I saw the one I wanted, and Colt was there too. The one I wanted, she liked, but she saw Colt, and she just cannot get enough of this dog. Even his groomer, she says every time she cuts his hair, she's like, I take like 50 pictures with him. I cannot get over how much I like this dog. He just looks at you like he sees into your soul. Like he's sitting right next to me right now, like he does every night, just waiting for me to throw the toy. Come here, Colt. And this is Colt. Come here, buddy. This is my little shit dog. He plays fetch more than my golden retriever.
See, I live in an apartment. You can't have a dog over a certain amount of pounds. I need a dog like that. I just want like a lap dog, like chill on the couch.
He's a Shih Tzu, something. I'll ask my wife to mix. All right, Julio. But he's so well tempered. He's, oh my God! But his little eyes, he just looks at you like, "What do you want?" All right, now get out of here, girls. Get the fuck out of here. We had enough dog talk. Let's get back to some. Let's get back to esoteric secrets of Atlantis.
Chin, no protruding brow ridge, high forehead, and round skull shape. Of course, mainstream anthropologists cannot place their origin. The origin is not there anymore. It sank or was submerged at the close of the Ice Age. DNA sequencing has shown Cro-Magnon, which populated Europe roughly 35,000 years ago, to be anatomically and genetically identical to modern Europeans. That said, they had a larger cranial capacity than the modern average, and if the myths, legends, and secret societies are to be believed, also were the custodians of a higher spiritual understanding
true, Jim?
of technology.
The Cro-Magnons had the same DNA as us from 35,000 years ago, but they had a larger brain capacity? That's pretty wild, Jim. You're right, Dave. It is wild. Yeah, thanks, Jim.
Sorry.
What are you looking at?
Well, no, because I sent a chat in Ethan's stream saying, why are you selling this preview book on eBay, and there's backers that haven't received it yet. People are like, oh, what are you talking about? The book isn't out yet. That's the preview book. And I'm like, yeah, it's the preview book I backed over a year ago that I'm still waiting on along with a bunch of other shit that I was told I had to wait for till the preview book was done. So what the fuck's going on? You're like, oh, you should email me because you should have got that already.
No, I'm tired of emailing you, motherfucker. Pay attention to your orders. Like,
I mean, dude, it's like $1,000 order that I'm waiting on from well over a year ago.
I have like a $300 order I'm waiting on for a year or 10 months or whatever the fuck it's been. Just go find one wandering around an upper middle class neighborhood, probably trained and issue free, problem solved. But all these dogs have trackers now, man. Like, everybody chips their dog.
Yeah, you can't even steal them anymore.
Yeah, you can't even steal a dog like we could in a day. So Ethan, that was his response to you, Jim?
He didn't
me?
respond to me. Someone else in chat responded that to me like, oh, you're looking at the wrong. I'm like, you know.
Did I miss something? I guess I did.
We are talking Atlantis now, Salty. If you want to come on, I know you got to stop drawing at some point. You just want to blow. Hey, check out this, Salty. I'm drinking some weeded mash from Buffalo Trace. White Dog weeded mash. This shit is fantastic. Julio, this little bottle is like $15.
No, not for me.
57% alcohol. It's just a a mash. It's very good. 114 proof. What Ethan needs, Chris, his products are great, but man, like, I'm waiting on this box set, the same one Jim's waiting on, and what's the book we're waiting for, Jim, that they keep telling us it's not ready yet?
Dark Harvest.
Yeah. And I was told in January it should be here in a month. It's fucking August 1st. And I haven't even, and the worst part is, Julio, nobody updates you on shit.
Well, maybe after the baseball season's over, he'll get to it.
But he ain't shipping. He's paying boys to do that for him.
Yeah, the baseball game with him.
I don't know. The best dog I ever had was an Alaskan Husky.
Beautiful. Yeah.
His actual name was Whiskey. He was incredible, dude. Like, you want to talk about a dog that will defend your house? Buy a Husky. Ain't nobody walking through your fucking door if they ain't invited.
That's why my second wife and I got German Shepherds. We're like, well, don't really need a gun, really. Nobody's in your house with these two boys.
And if any dog tried to come onto our property and our dog was outside, our dog would fucking try and kill that dog. You get the fuck off of this land.
Yep.
So he was great. Enough with the dog talk. The dog talk is good. Hey, and you need to give me credit too, there, Mr. Crazy Cat. Last night, I played that entire video of a retard named Matt Barr. We got through the whole video, an hour. That was an hour of Matt Barr and Wiggles.
It was 5 hours of Matt Barr. The video was an hour.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to
that has been lost or hidden from us today. According to certain mystery schools, all human races have access to higher esoteric functions of consciousness, which lay dormant in most people, in large part due to a mismanagement of their own vital energetic resources. By harnessing instead of squandering this natural life force energy, which is known by many names such as chi, ki, prana, or vril, people are able to activate atrophied abilities, in particular in relation to the pineal gland, that allows a person to gain greater awareness of their higher self and interconnectedness to all life and the universe around them. While this may sound like New Age pseudoscience to some, this spiritual understanding is what led to many of the German scientific breakthroughs before and during World War II, as research into consciousness revealed that, in fact, the universe is indeed interconnected, and what many consider as merely psychic subjective phenomena, the Germans were able to translate into workable material technology, which allegedly is not the first time that such technology was used on this planet.
In the heart of Bremen, in northern Germany, stands an extraordinary building. Completed in 1931, House Atlantis was designed as an institute for the study of Atlantis and the Aryan superrace. The building's facade was originally adorned by a large wooden sculpture depicting the Nordic god Odin crucified on the Tree of Life. Inside House Atlantis, an astonishing stairwell, built of glass and steel. It may evoke the Aryan exodus from Atlantis. At the top, the visitor enters a mysterious room. This was to be the teaching forum of Herman Wirth.
Herman Wirth was quite fascinated by the idea of finding Atlantis.
Did you see what it was though? Now it's a Radisson or some shit. Watch this.
Completed in
Leo.
1931, House
It's a Radisson.
Yeah, you get a little brat, some beer.
It's a Radisson hotel. Holy shit.
All this ancient knowledge, and they didn't tell him not to invade Russia during the winter.
Oh my God.
Atlantis was designed as an institute for the study of Atlantis and the Aryan super race. The building's facade was originally adorned by a large wooden sculpture depicting the Nordic god Odin crucified on the Tree of Life. Inside House Atlantis, an astonishing stairwell built of glass and steel. It may evoke the Aryan exodus from Atlantis. At the top,
The Aryan exodus from Atlantis? Is he saying the Aryan race was in Atlantis?
I think so.
Or is it the Aryan exodus from this Atlantis building? I don't get it. I don't know what he's saying here.
the visitor enters a mysterious room. This was to be the
You see that, Jim? Isn't that awesome? See what those Germans design? I mean, there's Isam's cross on the belt. It's crazy.
teaching forum of Herman Wirth.
Herman Wirth was quite fascinated by the idea
He's
of
on
finding
fire.
Atlantis.
He's not even on BTM reviews
His idea was
anymore.
that this
No, I'm
Atlantis was
here.
not
I'm
somewhere in
here.
the
I'm
Mediterranean,
trying
something like that, but in
trying
the
to
North
find out what the
Atlantic
fuck is going on.
And in his idea, in Atlantis, 20 to 25,000 years
I'm
ago, a Nordic race was created that was to control and influence the development of mankind to a strong.
Oh, there's the fucking swastika, guys, right there.
That's problematic.
Well, it's been around forever. Like that symbol's been around forever.
Have you seen some Japanese art? They don't give a fuck. They use the swastika.
It's a symbol, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, it's like the Confederate flag. It's a fucking flag. Who cares?
Right.
It's a form of free speech to wear that stuff or whatever. I don't give a shit. I mean, the South will rise again. Hallelujah.
Strong degree.
In 1935, Himmler joins forces with Wirth to establish the Ahnenerbe, an elite SS unit consisting of archaeologists, scientists, and historians.
So many. I watched so much Nazi shit, and every fucking department for the Nazi party, Yahtzee party, was elite. The elite SS, the elite brown, whatever, the elite archaeologists, the whatever, guys. You're a bunch of fucking dipshits out here acting like you know what the fuck is going on.
Their mission?
We
To
killed a
search the
bunch of
sacred
people
sites of
for
the
no
world
reason.
for evidence that the Aryans of Atlantis were not mythological. Himmler wants
Exactly,
proof
Chris.
they actually
It's a
existed.
Buddhist symbol.
Himmler sends Ahnenerbe teams across the world to hunt for proof of the German people's Aryan origins.
A tall, blonde, blue-eyed race lived on the island called Atlantis. They were lofty, educated artists, as well as incomparable warriors. And they were brave, for only the brave could have survived the floods. The people of Atlantis were the source of all art and science.
It's almost like the Germans were using Atlantis the same way Plato did for the Greeks.
Propaganda, baby. Like only the brave could survive the flood. Those blue-eyed, blonde-haired stallions that they were. Hitler, you were a brown-haired little short fucking guy. Himmler, another brown-haired short fucking guy, who actually looked like you were one of the people you put into some weird places where they never came back out of. So yeah.
You ever
Not
watch Triumph of the Will, Dave?
no.
Should watch that. It's an amazing propaganda film.
I watch Looney Tunes cartoons from World War II if I want.
No.
They're fantastic.
Well, they are. Yeah, I agree. But
And they were the ancestors of the Germans.
While most things to do with the German National Socialists has been denounced after the war, the Ahnenerbe were not found guilty of any.
I love how people say that too. Like, oh, we've denounced it, so it can't be true. No. That doesn't mean shit. That just means that you're not accepting it because you're pissed off that these guys killed a bunch of people. But at the end of the day, they might have had some good points, Jim. Just because you lose doesn't mean you were wrong. You just didn't have enough people to fight the fucking war, or whatever. Now, I'm not saying what Hitler did was right. That's not my point here at all. My point is, just because you lost doesn't mean you were wrong, Julio. That's all I'm saying. Like, you're a Redskin fan. You go into the game against the Eagles. You get your ass kicked.
No.
I'm just saying, my point is, it doesn't mean you
The
were
football
wrong.
team. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's my point. I mean, it's like it's a dumb thing. It's denounced, so it has no value. Well, what if America loses a war to North Korea? One day we wake up in North Korea, we're living that fucking nightmare where North Korea took over the US, and they denounced the Constitution. Does that make the Constitution invalid?
No.
Nope. No.
You're right.
No.
It's a lot more. You can't tie what happened in Germany with a bow and just say there's a lot to it.
Dude,
and it goes back to World War One. It goes back to the late 19th century. And
you think that Roosevelt and fucking what's his name over in England?
Churchill?
Churchill. You think they were fucking Puritans? Goddamn no, they weren't.
Churchill was a drunk. God bless him.
Roosevelt got us into the war with that embargo on Japanese fuel. I learned that a few weeks ago, Jim. I didn't know that's why Japan decided to attack, was because we said no more fuel from America. But he did it on purpose. He wanted America to go to war. He wanted it to happen. And that was his only. And I've also heard that's another conspiracy thing about, they knew that not D-Day, but Pearl Harbor was going to happen. They knew it. Like, the government knew this shit was coming, and they didn't warn anybody because they wanted it to happen. So that's another conspiracy theory out there. So fucking bullshit here. I mean, just because you lose, don't mean you're wrong. Fuck off.
Any war crimes or wrongdoing, except for one member. All of the scientists and archaeologists that comprised Ahnenerbe went on to prominent jobs as professors in the world-leading universities, with none of them serving any time in post-war captivity.
Oh, you mean like the rocket scientists too, right? That created like our
Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, our whole space flight system in the U.S. and the Russians got some scientists that got them out into fucking outer space too. Yeah, those Germans, they got the people that had no educational value to the rest of the world. They were just fucking, following shitty orders that they probably should have said, no, I don't want to do that. I'm a full-grown person. But again, if you believe in the cause, and even if you don't believe in the cause, and you saw Night of the 1,000 Knives or something, Jim, and you saw all these motherfuckers getting killed, you might not want to go against that guy in charge because your family's next. So you do what you're told. It's fucking crazy.
All members of the Ahnenerbe became important scholars in the post-war period. And after only a very few years, most of these archaeologists became the heads of departments of new institutions. And it is an interesting aspect that one can't find pictures of SS Ahnenerbe archaeologists that wore uniforms within the literature. It is very difficult to get pictures of that.
Overlooked by the window of the room where Hitler wrote Mein Kampf. These events took place 50 or 60 years ago now, and it would be easy to dismiss the Sievers and the scholars of the Ahnenerbe as a lunatic fringe. But that's not how they were seen by the Allied officers who interrogated them. Their report ends by saying this: it cannot be too strongly emphasized that this was not a crackpot organization. And these were men of the highest caliber, professors from the leading universities, men of the caliber of the atom splitters and the V-bomb designers, engaged in a project to rewrite the record of the past in order to influence the future course of history.
Of course, after any war, it's the winners that write the history, and the world's most intellectually competent and objectively qualified scientists have been replaced by the world's most academically corrupt and politically.
You see that picture, Jim? That's awesome. Oh, oh my God. Oppenheimer, right? That's who we're looking at here. Isn't that Robert Oppenheimer?
No, that's not Oppenheimer. That's fucking, what's it? Werner von Braun.
That's von. Oh yeah, von Braun, and Captain Douchebag. This guy's what's his name? He's a real
Neil
joke.
deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, he's a joke. He's a joke. Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's like the Oprah of fucking scientists.
Motivated. Most of my subscribers are familiar with Operation Paperclip, the secret U.S. intelligence program in which thousands of German scientists, engineers, and technicians were given new identities by the U.S. and employed after World War II, often in classified projects having to do with advanced technology, including a secret space program that used non-conventional anti-gravitic propulsion. What most people are not aware of, however, is Operation Sovietium, a secret Russian operation where thousands of German scientists were taken from the Soviet-occupied territory of Berlin starting on May 2nd, 1945, and transported by rail to the USSR, including equipment related to the production of the V-2 rocket and other material from the Luftwaffe's Military Aviation Test Center. In other words, were it not for German scientists, not only would there not be a NASA, there would be no Sputnik or Soviet space program either.
Yeah, we just said that.
According to the SS officer Karl Wolff, who I quoted earlier, Germany lost the war because they were outnumbered, but their technological superiority was without dispute, especially in regards to...
They also lost the war because they attacked Russia. Maybe they shouldn't have done that, Jim.
I feel a little bit better now.
Why? What happened?
Well, Ethan addressed it on a stream. He said it was the largest order he's ever gotten, and that it takes 2 crates to get it to me.
That's not an excuse.
No, he said, but I know, but he's like, it's going out. I know about it. It's going out. I know about it.
You should call Rippaverse. We'll get it out.
I thought that was funny.
It's the largest order he's ever gotten. Could you ask him about our other box set that we're waiting for, Dark Harvest? Where the fuck is that?
I just thought it was funny.
Why? It's not funny, dude. It's not. All right. We only got what? You got it pulled up, Jim?
Yeah, I got it pulled up.
You see. Please check your Twitter DMs. This is Jim Tells You. But a huge order I'm missing and should have gone out already. First, some preview back in number 1. Jim, your order is the biggest order. And I told the boys to do that one first. And they said, hang on, please. Your order was the biggest order in that whole campaign. And I'm fully aware of it. And it is going out. They're going to need 2 crates to send you your order. Unbelievable. Thank you for your generosity. J-Bomb is gaping.
Well, what are you going to do?
Gay. I get it, Jim. I get it.
Well, because when I'm seeing, honestly, when I saw him selling those books on eBay, it irked me. I'm like, motherfucker, I back these books and you're selling them on eBay, and then I'm gonna, I don't know, like, yeah. As long as I get it, but I just don't want to get oh fuck, they're all gone now, and you didn't get yours.
And if I order on eBay right now, I'll get it Monday.
Yeah,
that's not cool. Well, it's not cool, dude. Like, if you're the biggest order they had in the warehouse, why wasn't that shipped day 1 so that you can get online and fucking show the whole world everything you ordered? This is the problem with this shit. Like, oh my God.
Plus, if somebody spends that much money on your company, you prioritize that shit.
That's right.
In a casino, if you're a whale, you fucking. That's my.
I'm not asking for all that.
You didn't say it, Jim. I'm saying.
No, I just wanted, I mean, it's like a lot of shit you're talking about. Every action figure was bought in that order, and I have them all already because I bought them on eBay later.
During a fucking trash cast, of course. Yeah. Right.
But I mean, every action figure, every copy of the books, every one of those, like the Trump mugshot cover, the fucking Ides of March cover, the fucking
yeah, you bought everything. You want it all. I want it all.
Yeah. And he better sign that shit too. I should have put that in there. You better sign that shit.
Well, they promised you that already, right? Because of their fuck up last order.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Well, that's what they promised you. I mean, you have the fucking messages from them.
The covert or top secret projects. The Russian transfer of German scientists and technology was said to be much larger in scale than Operation Paperclip, including the Alsos mission, which was created in 1943 after the Allies invaded Italy, where German atomic nuclear resources were seized to be part of the Manhattan Project. In fact, there are those in the spiritual, esoteric community
Damn,
that have
she's
insight
cute.
and association with German occult secrets.
It looks good.
It's beautiful. Look at her.
Nice.
Societies, such as
Great
Swami Prabhupada, founder of the Hare Krishna movement, who was famously quoted as saying that the Americans did not invent the atomic bomb before the Germans did, but in fact stole it. In a lecture on November 20th, 1975, was quoted as saying, no, he knew it, everything, but he did not like to do it. He said, he was gentleman, but these people are not gentlemen. He knew it perfectly well. He said that, quote, I can smash the whole world, but I do not use that weapon. The Germans already discovered, but out of humanity, they did not use it. And all the, your American, other countries, they have stolen from German ideas, implying that there was a technology transfer as part of a secret agreement at the end of the war, which I will not elaborate on at this time, but insinuates that the Germans had technology that exceeded even atomic technology, which they did not want to fall into the hands of the Allies, which surpassed all publicly known technology used by NASA and was not limited to rockets, but allegedly included anti-gravitic technology that during the war was referred to as Foo Fighters, as well as saucer-shaped flying discs, which were reported as UFOs. What makes this technology so classified is not only its potential use as a military weapon, but the same mechanism which is said to make the disc-shaped craft levitate by creating its own gravitational field, presumably by bending space around it, is also the same force that can theoretically manipulate time itself. So while governments may or may not have fake aspects of the moon mission in a Hollywood studio, in actuality, they may already have technology that more closely resembles shows like Star Trek or Star Wars. In a recent episode called Antarctica Disclosure, I discussed alleged subterranean bases on Mars, as put forth by Haim Eshed, widely cited as the father of Israel's space program, who's responsible for the launch of 20 Israeli-made satellites into orbit. This former head of Israel's space program stated that various governments are already active in space, which he also claims is populated by advanced civilizations that are waiting for humanity to, quote, reach a stage where we will understand what space and spaceships are. What did he mean by this cryptic statement? In an occult context, it seems that he's giving an esoteric clue regarding what Einstein coined as space-time, that everything is connected to everything else, because there is no time. There's only the here and now, and everything is happening in the here and now, in this one place and time. And so our perception of space or distance and time is relative. The further one moves out from that infinite point of time and space, the more and greater is the appearance of separation. In other words, all things are interconnected, making it theoretically possible to transcend seemingly unimaginably vast distances instantaneously with the right technology. Because of this model of reality, there's the concept known in the occult as synchronicity, which is the perception of coincidence, the coming together of incidents of time and space. And so, just maybe the sages and mystics were right, that if there's no such thing as time, which incidentally the ancients deified as Kronos or Saturn, then it follows that there's no such thing as coincidence either. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon and through all other major book outlets.
Very nice, Crazy Cat. That was
Yeah.
good. That was really good. I'm just looking at the Cyberfrog Dark Harvest campaign, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this shit was supposed to be set out in 2023.
Yeah, so was the fearsome one.
I'm not mad, but I'd like some feedback. Like, give me an update. What the hell are we talking about here? Got any more woo-woo, Jim?
Oh, yeah, sure. Let me find.
Thanks for the video, Crazy. That was very, very good. I have 2 videos coming out tomorrow. The first video is a clip from our show about what the fuck is happening in Florida and Minnesota with the election. It's very Jim themed. Jim has a lot to say in that video.
Me?
And yeah.
What the fuck did I do?
It's a clip. When you're talking about the people on their golf carts at the rally for Kamala, and there's like 20 golf carts.
Yeah,
it's a video. Just shut up.
Oh, I thought you were saying I have something I have to say. Like
you said a lot in the video, like you're featured, and then
wait, I actually talk in it.
Well, it's yeah, of course. It's Elemental MJ. He actually, finds clips. And then the other video tomorrow is Mike Partika's review of the Marvels movie. Which when I listened to him talk about it, it sounded level-headed because he's looking at it for what the actual what the story's trying to do with stuff, Julio, not a bunch of SJW hate mongering shit that the Fellowship does. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to be talking about the message. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold on.
you're
The
right.
message.
There you go. Yeah.
Are we doing John Teeter next Thursday, Dave?
Yeah, I've got it on here. Well, unless we make $50 in super chats tonight, we might do it tomorrow.
All right, I got a little preview before the end of the stream.
Off. We're only like, what, $40 away from doing another woo-woo show tomorrow. So either way, we'll talk about it because I like that story. I like that whole time traveling story. That's Art Bell stuff, right? Isn't that all Art Bell? Like,
I've got a 45-second preview for it at the end of the stream if you want. That will not get you struck.
Isn't that funny? We study animals in the wild. They study us too. They're like, get those dumb humans. Like 4 out of 10 on the Critical Drinker. I used to love Critical Drinker too, but again, I just walked away from all of it, Jim. I cut it off cold turkey. Cold turkey. Gave up the whole Fellowship and its affiliates. I don't watch any of them. What are you pulling up, Jim?
Well, you said some woo-woo.
Yeah. What do you got?
Oh, man. This is like a double header.
Oh, no.
It's Billy Carson and Graham Hancock combined.
Oh, shit. Whoa.
Researchers Graham Hancock and Billy Carson have made a monumental discovery. A tomb believed to house the remains of the last Anunnaki king. This discovery not only challenges our understanding of ancient civilizations, but also stirs a mix of awe and trepidation among those who unearthed it. As Hancock and Carson delve deep...
Why the fuck was Robin Williams there?
Robin Williams? Holy shit.
What the fuck, man? What does Mork from Ork have to do with this? Is he saying that because Mork was from Ork and he was an alien and Anunnaki are aliens? Look at the show's back.
Deeper into the secrets of this ancient tomb. They confront a history intertwined with mythological narratives of gods who walked among humans. The implications of their findings are profound.
Brad Pitt too? What the fuck?
Is that from that zombie movie? Is that when he's in that what's that zombie movie he was in?
Day after the day after the one day?
I don't know.
World War Z.
Yeah, World War Z, yeah.
Provoking both excitement and fear as they explore the shadows of a long-forgotten past. Let's dig into their extraordinary...
Okay, why does this guy keep putting just videos of movies and actors in here? What's the purpose of this? It's
Who is
stupid
it?
editing. Some guy, Wisdom.
Okay. I don't know. This guy's every time I see this guy on screen, he trips me out, though. He's a pretty good actor.
Yeah, I think he's a robot.
Journey. The historical significance of their discovery, and why it has left them, and many more scientists, profoundly unsettled. The name Noah is widely recognized from biblical lore, typically associated with the Great Flood. Intriguingly, some theories speculate that Noah was also a secular figure, potentially the last ruler of one of the original Sumerian cities during the dawn of Mesopotamian civilization. This suggests we may be uncovering a chapter of human history that intertwines biblical figures with historical rulers, possibly indicating a resurgence of knowledge about ancient technologies. Have you ever delved into the myths surrounding King Gilgamesh and the esteemed city over which he ruled? Let's transport ourselves back to around 2700 BCE, immersing in the rich tapestry.
I have to say, I'm very it takes me out of it to keep seeing these actors that
Chris
have nothing
Pratt.
to fucking do with
I
this.
know. It's like, why do I got to see Chris Pratt when they're getting ready to talk about Gilgamesh? Okay.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I can keep watching this.
Well, let's give him another minute or two.
Of Mesopotamian culture during the early dynastic age. Here, the stories of legendary rulers like Gilgamesh provide a window into the sophisticated societies of ancient Sumer. Graham Hancock and Billy Carson suggest that their findings hint at a technological exchange that took place. Newcomers to the region brought distinct knowledge with them.
That's fucking Moneyball. What the fuck is Moneyball doing in here?
Dude, he's showing his editing abilities, man. Just leave him alone. Let him
This
edit.
period marked the emergence of city-states across Mesopotamia, laying the groundwork for some of the most intricate early human societies. The archaeological endeavors of Hancock and Carson often employ a blend of traditional techniques and cutting-edge technology, crucial for unraveling the secrets of ancient civilizations. Their work in uncovering the tomb, believed to house the remains of the last Anunnaki king, exemplifies the sophisticated approach needed in modern archaeology. One of the cornerstone technologies used is ground-penetrating radar, GPR, which allows archaeologists to create a subsurface image of an archaeological dig site. GPR can identify buried structures, cavities, and potential artifacts, enabling a non-invasive way to assess a site's potential before the actual dig begins.
Jim.
You think that this is AI talking?
First of all, let's no. I think he's very excited, but GPR can't tell you fucking shit. It can't tell you that there's an ancient structure below the ground. You know, it can tell you that the ground below you isn't all the same. There's an anomaly here, so we might want to check what this anomaly is. I sell GPR every day. I don't sell them, but I talk about them. They're very hard to. They're very hard to sell in the Midwest. Soil conditions really affect GPR. The good thing about like the desert is it's all sand, so GPR works well. In the Midwest, it's all clay, and it sucks. So, well, he didn't even like get him a chance to hear Billy Carson and Graham talk.
He's not in. I don't think he's in the video. I don't think they're in the videos. I think it's a scam. I think the guy just is talking and he put their picture up and talked about him.
So he's like talking about what they talk about is kind of what they're doing. Okay.
I got fucking, what do they call it there? I got catfished by a video.
No, you got algorithmed. You got fellowshipped. Julio, are you? Have you been taking off all week on work, Julio? You just been suffering through.
Nah, you gotta suck it up. It's not like I have to go out and dig ditches, so I just
don't believe when I say research what I say.
Yeah, good.
Did you watch Nick last night, Jim?
Some of it.
Yeah. Was it okay or what?
It's all right.
It's all right.
It's all right.
Was he in a hot tub last night?
No, he was just.
He was for his local stream.
I didn't see that. No.
Yeah, he did a fucking gay ass locals hot tub stream. I hate those things, man.
Everybody's got a gimmick.
Well, that's why we're playing him, Crazy Cat, because we know how much you love Billy Carson.
That goes back to the Tower of Babel incident in the Bible, which comes out of the Sumerians.
Oh.
How we all got to be different races.
Yeah.
That goes back to...
How did that happen?
Yeah, that goes back to the Tower of Babel incident in the Bible, which comes out of the Sumerian tablets.
Okay, explain what ancient Sumeria is real quick, because we keep referencing it, and I also want to understand.
Well, ancient Sumeria is...
we didn't see this one. This is the one about how aliens created different races. It's the one I wanted to watch.
I don't like Billy Carson, dude.
Okay.
I think he's just too full of shit. A complete... I think he just reads everything everybody else talks about and grifts off it, like Eric July grifts comic books. I don't like him. I'd rather listen to. Yeah. Well. Yeah. So he's on with the weird mustache guy. Graham is.
He is.
And what's their topic? It's Joe Rogan though.
No, this is not. This is flagrant.
But it says Joe Rogan debate and anytime Joe Rogan's at anything, I mean,
Well, no, he's talking. This is a debate he had with that guy Flint Dibble on Joe Rogan.
Okay. Well, who's that? Is that Elon? Was Elon up there?
Well, this is him talking about Antarctica.
I'd like to hear what Elon has to say about it. He's got lots of money. Like, he might actually know something. They give all the rich people the
Everything
information.
we thought we knew about our world, Antarctica has always held an allure like no other place on Earth, from tales of lost civilizations to rumors of extraterrestrial encounters. As the founder of SpaceX, Tesla, and Neuralink, Musk has long been at the forefront of technological innovation. His pursuit of the unknown has led him to...
Why does this sound exactly like the same voice that was just on that other video?
I don't think he sounds like him at all.
Because look, here's the whole video. Do you see Elon Musk in here anywhere? This is a whole video about Elon Musk that does not have Elon Musk in it at all.
Okay.
This fucking
wait,
people.
hold, go back to the video real quick, Jim. Go back.
Yeah.
There's even in the comments down below, it says that had nothing to do with Elon Musk. Where is Mr. Musk saying anything here? Oh, that sucks, man. Because Elon's not afraid to talk about shit he wants to talk about. Some garbage shit. Samba says they're both AI voices, huh? Wow. Are people really that lazy? Like, they just let their AI do stuff? I guess you have to type it into AI and make it spit it back out, but
These people are putting in people's names and shit that they're not in.
name one TPPT. Nobody has more entertaining content than us.
Oh, man.
We're going to talk about more comics, more Marvel movies. Hey, are you going to go see Deadpool, Julio, or are you going to wait for it?
No, I'm not going to go see it, and I probably won't watch it when it comes out on video. I'm not a comic book movie guy.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I liked Iron Man. That was good.
This is Graham Hancock.
Cecil's more entertaining. Okay, that's fine.
You want to watch Graham Hancock? Do you want to watch Graham Hancock talking about Antarctica or Atlantis?
Antarctica. Let's hear some Antarctica stuff. We've heard some Atlantis stuff already.
I want to talk about Antarctica because I think this is going to be the new obsession. I feel like it's trending super high. Who knows if there's any truth to it? But a friend of ours, who will remain nameless, went there.
Yeah,
got to a cool experience, trip, etc. And he said a couple interesting things. He said the mountains looked eerily pointy and four-sided. He said way more mountainous than he thought it would be. I think the illusion made from looking at maps and watching penguins is
by the way,
just
you can
this
see
flat.
mountains. You can see mountains on the Orontius Phineas map version.
Oh, is that what the little etchings
around the
are?
edges there?
Interesting.
Those are mountains.
Now, he also said this. He said a couple things. He said there is a pact with every country that has a slice of it that they will not dig or remove any minerals from Antarctica. And he even said that a scientist was there, said to them, World War III will not start until one of these countries breaks that pact. They are clearly protecting or preserving something that may or may not be under, I believe it's 3 miles, Mark was saying earlier, at its thickest of ice. Now, Mark, maybe you should describe the thing that you were saying before about there was a time where Antarctica...
I was reading an article that perhaps 90 million years ago, there was a lush rainforest that is now covered in miles of ice on the Antarctic continent.
Yeah, that's probably true. If you go back that far, you would find that the Earth's climate was very different from how it is today. And there's undoubtedly a time, they found fossils on Antarctica, there's undoubtedly a time when Antarctica was lush and green. The question is, was it lush and green during the lifetime of the human species?
Yes, this is where it gets tricky.
And this is where it gets tricky. The Homo sapiens line descends from a line that goes back about 6 million years, not much further than that, if we accept conventional evolutionary theory. So 6 million years ago, Antarctica is supposed to have been as cold and as frozen as it is today. Now, when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, which is my first book tracing the possibility of a lost civilization, I was very interested in Antarctica. And I was interested in it because of the work of a previous researcher called Charles Hapgood. Charles Hapgood wrote a number of very important books. One of them is called Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, which precisely goes into this issue of ancient maps that don't fit our understanding of what the world was, how the world was supposed to be known at that time. And another is called The Path of the Pole. And he proposed a phenomenon that he called Earth crust displacement, whereby from time to time, the entire outer crust of the Earth, like the skin of an orange, might shift, leaving the core of the Earth in place, so that it could so if you imagine a very loose orange skin, the fruit is inside, it's staying in place, but you're shifting the skin around it. Well, obviously then, if that happens, Antarctica could have been in warmer latitudes and could have been shifted into colder latitudes.
And how often does this happen?
Well, does it happen at all is the first question. I mean, of all the theories I've looked at and supported, this is the one that I've come in for the most criticism for. And I've been much more interested recently in the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis and the notion that a cataclysm occurred around 12,800 years ago caused by impacts of comet fragments, and we can go into that. But when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, although I was interested in comets, I was more interested in Earth crust displacement. And the standard academic response to that is, look, Antarctica's been frozen for millions of years, and that rules out the whole Earth crust displacement argument. I think that even those who are still researching this field would prefer it to be the mantle rather than the crust of the Earth that moves. Again, it's very technical, that moves in one piece. But the idea is an Italian admiral called Flavio Barbiero who wrote an article for my website suggesting that Earth crust displacement could be kicked off by a comet impact which hits the Earth a glancing blow and causes a shift of this kind taking place. But by and large, I don't argue these days that Antarctica and Earth crust displacement are the mechanism we should be looking at. I'm much more interested in the very solidly scientifically grounded Younger Dryas impact. Back in 1995, when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, I was searching around for many possibilities that could have caused a global cataclysm in the range of 12 to 13,000 years ago, because that's what all the astronomy pointed at, 12 to 13,000 years ago. And Hapgood's theory seemed to me a very valuable and useful one. I still won't write it off. I won't dismiss it entirely, but I've shifted in the direction of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, simply because I'm in a constant argument with mainstream academia. And the issue to me, the most important issue to me, is the issue of a global cataclysm at the end of the Ice Age. What caused that cataclysm is a secondary issue.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't think it's secondary, because what caused it, if it's something that's going to repeat, that could happen again, I think we should probably kind of want to know about it.
Right. Absolutely.
You know, if it's this Earth crust displacement thing, that's something that's going to happen again because it happened before, so the Earth does it. Which that's what that guy we watched, Suspicious Observers, that's what he thinks is going to happen.
Yeah.
The solar flare guy. That's what he's convinced is going to happen.
Right.
But, you know, and even if it was the, you know, his theory has to do because the cyclical nature of how the magnetic field shifts all the time every 12,000 years and how this seems to keep happening. And he thinks you know, like it's repeating. So there's something that's causing it besides just that a rock happened to fly past the Earth.
Right. He thinks it has to do with the magnetic and solar activity, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cataclysm itself is the primary issue. And I found the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis a better, much more scientifically grounded explanation for that cataclysm than the notion of Earth crust displacement.
But do any archaeologists or any of these prehistorians dispute the Younger Dryas?
There's still a lot of argument around it. There's about 60 major scientists who are involved in the Comet Research Group. They're all credentialed scientists. They've all published dozens of papers in peer-reviewed journals, including Nature, including Scientific Reports, and many, many others on the hypothesis. But there's also a group of academics who are opposed to it and dispute that any impact ever took place. And then even in those who do accept that the Younger Dryas was a cataclysm, some think that it may have been caused by solar activity rather than by comet impact.
How would that work?
Well, it could work at the end of the Younger Dryas. There are two moments in the Younger Dryas. The beginning is 12,800 years ago. It's a very strange moment in Earth history. This is when this is when the world's climate, which has been warming up for a few thousand years, the Ice Age is still very much present. Have big ice caps on North America, big ice caps on Northern Europe, but it's been warming up gradually. And then 12,800 years ago, two things happened at once. First, a sudden cataclysmic drop in climate. It gets incredibly cold, as cold as it was at the peak of the Ice Age more than 20,000 years ago. It gets incredibly cold, but then puzzlingly, there's a release of water into the world ocean. I say puzzlingly because when the Earth is freezing, you would not expect meltwater to be going into the world ocean. It should be staying on the ice caps. And I cite the work of Cesare Miliani and his work on the submergence of Bahamian corals. This is how do you know that sea level rose? There are certain corals that can only exist within a certain number of feet of the sea's surface.
Because they need the sunlight.
Yeah, and when they drown, that tells you the sea level has risen. And they point to a significant sea level rise 12,800 years ago at exactly the moment of this deep freeze. The comet impact hypothesis explains that, because it says that the shock at the heat of the impact of large fragments of a comet on the North American and European ice caps would have been sufficient to release that freezing water into the world ocean, to cut the Gulf Stream. That's the central heating system of our planet. It's called the global meridional overturning circulation. It's these currents of warm and cold water that flow around the planet. And the Gulf Stream was cut and the Earth got extremely cold. So I think the comet impact hypothesis does best explain that. But
so just real quick, so comet hits, cuts the Gulf Stream. Cutting the Gulf Stream
It cuts the Gulf Stream because it releases a huge quantity of meltwater from the North American ice cap almost instantaneously.
So the comet hits the ice that is in North America.
And Europe.
And Europe. That water cuts the Gulf Stream because it releases all this, which was frozen
freezing water.
Gotcha.
Goes into the world ocean. And
temperature plummets.
But
at the same time, there's much more potential water in the oceans, so that when the temperature does rise, now you have that meltwater.
Well, now we need to go on. 12,800 years ago, in 1,000 or 1,200 years after that, that's a window when all the great Ice Age megafauna go extinct.
Megafauna are
saber-toothed tigers, woolly mammoths, mastodons, giant sloths. The whole collection of famous Ice Age megafauna, they all go extinct in that window. And clearly they didn't go extinct for no reason. There's the cataclysm of the Younger Dryas that made them extinct.
Have you seen what is the gentleman's name? He's a guy who I believe excavates up in Alaska for gold. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm forgetting what it is right now. But they're like images of woolly mammoths who have had like their legs completely shattered, but they're intact.
Yeah. And is this a boneyard that's been?
Yes. Yeah.
That's right. That's very, very, very interesting. I've not been there. I've not looked into it yet, so I can't speak authoritatively about it.
But it might speak to your opinion right there. Like,
what I can say is that at Serradia de Lindosa in Colombia, there is an 8-kilometer long rock art panel dated to 12,800 years ago, which shows these megafauna. It shows many of the extinct megafauna from that period. To get back to the point, so we have this window of about 1,200 years where the Earth is very cold, the megafauna go extinct, but then 11,600 years ago, just as fast and dramatically as the Earth went cold, the Earth goes warm. You're looking at a 10-degree rise in global temperatures in a couple of hundred years. It goes very, very, in geological terms, very rapid and very fast. And sea level rises very quickly.
And what is the cause
11,600 years ago, it's called meltwater pulse 1b. There's another collapse of the ice sheets and huge amounts of water go into the world ocean. Now that could realistically be caused by a sudden burst of solar activity, which melted down those ice sheets. But that's not what I go with. I still prefer the notion that we're dealing with multiple bombardments from comet fragments. And in this case, you're looking at a comet fragment that goes into a world ocean, that sends up a huge amount of water vapor into the upper atmosphere, creates a greenhouse effect, and accounts for the warming that takes place at that time.
So 2 comets. One that cooled things down and one that heated things up?
Yeah.
Any idea why one would cool down and one would heat up?
Depends where the impact is. If the impact's on an ice cap and it's releasing enormous amounts of meltwater into the world ocean, you're going to make the world very cold. If the impact's in a world ocean and it's putting a huge amount of water vapor into the upper atmosphere, it's a greenhouse effect, and the world is going to get warmer. It's all theory. It's not fact. What is fact is the sudden warming at the end of the Younger Dryas and the sudden freezing at the beginning of the Younger Dryas.
So we're searching for explanations for that.
We're searching for explanations. I've picked the one I back, but I'm not claiming that I have to be right. It's what I do think is really important is recognizing this was a global cataclysm. It was sustained. It wasn't just a minute. It went on for 1,000 years plus, and it's in our backyard. It's in very relatively recent human history. We're almost at the edge of history when we go to 11,600 years ago. That's weirdly the date that Göbekli Tepe in Turkey is built, 11,600 years ago. That weirdly is the date that Plato's Timaeus and Critias gives for the submergence of Atlantis, 11,600 year ago, before our time.
So what's happening to humanity in this 1,200-year window?
I need to be clear about that. Okay, because archaeologists roll their eyes at any mention of Atlantis. If you even say the word Atlantis, you're automatically regarded as a member of the lunatic fringe.
A lunatic fringe? Is that what he said?
Back in 1995, when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, I was searching around for many possibilities that could have caused a global cataclysm in the range of 12 to 13,000 years ago, because that's what all the astronomy pointed out, 12 to 13,000 years ago. And Hapgood's theory seemed to me a very valuable and useful one. I still won't write it off. I won't dismiss it entirely, but I've shifted in the direction of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, simply because I'm in a constant argument with mainstream academia.
I think
Strange moment in Earth history. This is when
you can stop.
This is when the world's climate, which has been warming up
because this was a different title. This is a song about Atlantis. So wait a minute. So I think maybe what we have here is this is more of this. This is just a longer thing of the same video.
Right.
Let me look.
Years ago. So immediately we have a date that we can put to our calendar. 600 BC, he makes the visit. 9,000 years before that, writings say that there was this great civilization, 100 BC.
And he was
what you've done, the 1,000 dives that you've done on continental shelves all around the world ocean, you're going to make the world very cold. If the impact's in a world ocean and it's putting a huge amount of water vapor into the upper atmosphere, it's a greenhouse effect, and the world is going to get warmer. It's all theory. It's not fact. What is fact is the sudden warming at the end of the Younger Dryas and the sudden freezing at the beginning of the Younger Dryas.
So we're searching for explanations for that.
We're searching for explanations. I've picked the one I back, but I'm not claiming that I have to be right. It's what I do think is really important is recognizing this was a global cataclysm. It was sustained. It wasn't just a minute. It went on for 1,000 years plus, and it's in our backyard. It's in very relatively recent human history. We're almost at the edge of history when we go to 11,600 years ago. That's weirdly the date that Göbekli Tepe in Turkey is built, 11,600 years ago. That weirdly is the date that Plato's Timaeus and Critias gives for the submergence of Atlantis, 11,600 years ago, before our time.
So what's happening to humanity in this 1,200-year window?
I need to be clear about that. Okay, because archaeologists roll their eyes at any mention of Atlantis. If you even say the word Atlantis, you're automatically regarded as a member of the lunatic fringe.
Okay.
And if you've even said that word, all your work, all the 30 years of work you've done, the 1,000 dives that you've done on continental shelves all around the world, all of those can be written off simply because you said the word Atlantis.
It's flat Earth for archaeologists.
Yeah, it's flat Earth.
Gotcha.
And they detest the use
Now
of
tell us why the Earth is flat.
Well, that's one theory I definitely don't buy into.
No. Give us the Atlantis theory.
So the story of Atlantis comes down to us from Plato. It's expressed in two dialogues, the Timaeus and the Critias.
Okay.
Plato was writing at around 300 BC.
Does it come from his uncle?
Yeah, it's arguably from a member of his family line, who was the Greek lawmaker Solon.
Solon, yeah.
Who did make a famous and documented visit to Egypt around the year 600 BC.
And he was told in Egypt.
And he was at the Temple of Neith at Sais in the Delta, and there are these inscriptions on the walls. That temple no longer exists. It's a ruin in the Delta now. There are these writings on the walls, and he asks a priest, what do the writings say? And the priest spoke Greek and ancient Egyptian, and he told Solon what the writings say, that there was this great civilization, that it was destroyed in an enormous flood. Plato, or Solon, refers to it as Atlantis. Atlantis is not an ancient Egyptian word. It looks like some attempt to translate into a meaningful Greek phrase what was originally an ancient Egyptian phrase. And that ancient Egyptian phrase, I can tell you pretty much for sure, was the homeland of the primeval ones. And I'll tell you why in a minute. But the point is that then Solon asks, when did this happen? And the priests say, they're very relaxed about it. They say, 9,000 years ago. So immediately we have a date that we can put to our calendar. 600 BC, he makes the visit. 9,000 years before that, that's 9,600 BC. Give or take 23 years, that is 11,600 years ago. That's when Göbekli Tepe is built. That's when meltwater pulse 1b begins to flood the world oceans. And again, my critics will niggle away at the edges of this and say, well, meltwater pulse 1b.
What did he say?
You say niggle?
Oh, man.
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
It over 300 or 400 years. If you average it out, it wasn't that much in any one year. But who says it happened at average rates? Who says there wasn't a big rise and then a smaller rise? Yeah. These things are very annoying. But the bottom line is 9,000 years before Solon is 9,600 BC. That's the Atlantis date. That's Göbekli Tepe's date. And then secondly, the Temple of Horus at Edfu in Upper Egypt is very important. There's been, I worked with a partial translation.
Edfu is?
Edfu is in Upper Egypt. It's sort of halfway to Aswan, in southern Egypt. It's kind of middle.
Aswan is the quarry, I believe.
Aswan's the quarry where they got a lot of the granite that they brought. It's about 500 kilometers south, but Edfu is a bit further north than that. But it's also on the Nile. Now, the Temple of Horus at Edfu is a relatively recent temple, probably built around 270 BC by the Ptolemaic dynasty of ancient Egypt. These were Greeks who had overtaken ancient Egypt. But although they colonized ancient Egypt colonized their minds, and they became ancient Egyptians, more ancient Egyptian than the ancient Egyptians themselves in many ways.
It's like when white people go to Hawaii.
Inscribed on the wall of that temple, not in the language of ancient Egypt as was spoken 270 BC, but in Middle Egyptian, which goes back to about 2000 BC, carefully inscribed, and we're informed that it's based on temple archives. See that a temple stood there before the Ptolemies rebuilt that temple, and it stood on the foundations of an even older temple, the archive.
Anytime after the year 2500 AD, please.
Where is that coming from?
The fuck is that noise? Is that you, Julio?
I don't think so.
I don't know what that was. No idea.
were preserved. That's what's inscribed on the walls. It's inscribed in Middle Egyptian. It's about 2000 BC, and it tells the whole Atlantis story. It just doesn't call it Atlantis. It speaks of a sacred island. It calls it the homeland of the primeval ones. It speaks of a great serpent that comes from the sky and splits the island in two. It speaks of a huge flood that arises and kills off almost all the divine inhabitants, apart from a few survivors, who then travel around the world. One of the places they go to is Egypt, and they make their first business to build primeval mounds in ancient Egypt that will be the locations of all future temples and pyramids. The Edfu texts are very clear. Now, I just need to make this clear, because I relied on Eve Elizabeth Raymond, who was an early translator of the Edfu texts. But recently, the Edfu texts have been completely translated, every single word, into German, by a gentleman called Dieter Kurk, and they've translated it all into German. It would be nice if it were all into English, because that's much more widely spoken.
What does it say in German?
It supports everything in the original translation. There's not a single part of the original translation that's debunked by this. It supports it, and it adds information that wasn't there, because their reference in those Edfu texts to the destruction of the homeland of the primeval ones is 7,000 years ago, but that's in Middle Egyptian, which dates back to 2000 BC. So it goes back to 9,000 BC again.
In 9,000 BC is 11,000.
Yeah, it brings us to the same date. So I think that Egyptologists have been too hasty to dismiss Plato's story.
Real quick, so we can just understand what was said. The snake that comes down, like you said.
Jim.
Yeah.
Is MSNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS, all of them still calling Trump weird?
Yeah, why?
Or JD Vance is weird.
Yeah,
weird.
Everyone's weird. Yeah, weird.
It's still weird, right? Like
everyone's weird. Yeah,
weird. Like weird. I'm just blown away that weird. You've seen that video, right, Julio?
I think Julio's.
Pull that up real quick, Jim. Pull up that fucking weird thing, because that's some good shit. Weird. It's like the weird compilation, right? Or something like that. Weird. Hey guys, if you're here, please at least like the stream tonight. Give me some likes. I know you're still here. Give me some likes. Throw in a comment. You can say gay, you can say stupid, whatever in the comments. Do something. The streams lately have really been doing well. The videos are doing okay, but if you guys that are here talking to us right now, just throw a like or dislike. Either one matters. It just is interaction. Julio, have you seen this, Julio? I think he ordered some DoorDash too, Jim.
Good for him.
No, I'm here.
Right.
No, I haven't.
Video.
All right, go ahead and play this.
Are saying, well, it's just plain weird.
These guys are just weird. That's who they are.
As weird and creepy as JD Vance.
Super weird idea from JD Vance.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's quite weird. They're just plain weird.
Just plain weird.
Just plain weird.
That stuff is weird. They come across weird, and then they start being weird. Yeah, they're weird.
Being a really weird.
He's such a weirdo.
Donald Trump and his weirdo running mate are weird. Deeply and profoundly weird. They are weird.
These Republicans just being weird. It's just weird. It's really weird.
Republican weirdness goes even deeper.
He said a lot of things that are weird, a weird style that he brings, weird policies. Let's start with the weird thing, because it is a thing.
Just plain weird.
What was weird was his talking about Diet Mountain Dew. Who drinks Diet Mountain Dew?
You ever seen the guy laugh? That seems very weird to me, that an adult can go through 6.5 years of being in the public eye. If he has laughed, it's at someone, not with someone. That is weird behavior.
Weird and cultish.
These are weird people on the other side.
He kind of doubled down on his weird ideas. I think weird is probably generous. Simply
Jim,
weird.
Jim.
These guys are.
Jim, doesn't that redhead, didn't she work for Biden?
Yeah, and Obama.
Yeah, Obama. That's who it is. Obama, right? Yeah.
Yeah, she worked for Biden too. She was the press secretary before the lesbian that looks like Sideshow Bob.
Oh, the black girl with the white girlfriend?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Just plain weird. Vance as weird?
You know, as the campaign said, weird.
It really is just plain weird.
JD Vance, plain weird.
I mean, I don't know how else you could read it.
Weird. It is kind of weird.
We're not afraid of weird people. The other side, they're just weird.
Why are you being so weird? Vance has done something more extreme, more weird. No matter what kind of weird stuff they keep saying.
Trump and Vance are just weird, in addition to being dangerous to democracy.
That's the weird part that's the most engaging.
Whom he addressed as my beautiful Christians, which was super weird.
Weird tech bro, JD Vance.
He's a weird guy. JD Vance, uneasy and sort of weird.
Frankly, for lack of a better word, that he's weird.
Sarcastic remarks that aren't even funny, and he kind of shows.
What's that?
JD Vance is a Harvard attorney.
Yale.
Yale attorney. He graduated from Yale. But
that's weird.
He's a tech baby. He's a weird tech baby. No, he's not. He's a Yale graduated attorney. Shut the fuck up. Oh my
Shows
God.
that he can't really deliver a one-liner.
So, Sam, weird is the word here in terms of initial impressions from Vance to the American public.
What do you think about that, Julio? Like, you don't think they get night letters?
I think it's clear. I think Nicholas was saying they put out whatever talking point memos, and everybody all of a sudden is saying weird. Rat. You have to be a special kind of retarded not to pick up on this. And those are the voters that she's counting on.
Well, yeah, it's crazy, right? Like, what the hell are we talking about here, man? Like,
this is the only kind of weird I like.
What is it?
The Netflix special, we can look at comets as potentially snakes. So this comet that comes and hits the island of Atlantis, that's like a direct shot, right? Yeah. But so maybe it doesn't hit exactly the island, but it's hitting close enough where the effects of that hit are going to dramatically affect the island.
And remember, they didn't call it Atlantis; they called it the homeland of the primeval.
And what does that mean, the primeval ones?
The ancient ones lived there. That was their homeland. Whoever
I don't do ghosts.
who then their survivors.
My wife and my son's shit ghosts. Crazy cat. I'll go upstairs, and my oldest son and my wife are watching fucking ghost hunters and shit, or whatever is on YouTube. I go to they all use my YouTube channel, Julio. I'm like, why am I subscribed and getting feeds for these ghost guys? I was like, stop the nonsense. I don't give a shit about ghost chasing. Do you believe in ghosts, Jim?
No.
I think you do.
Yeah, you're one.
Do you believe? Wait, you're saying you don't believe in them?
No, I don't believe in ghosts.
You liar! Why would you make up a lie like that?
I believe in spirits and apparitions.
Oh, you're using hibbity jibbity words. All right.
Yeah. I don't believe no ghost. I ain't afraid of no ghost.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Samba. There's no dirt on JD Vance. He's Bill Clinton. He is the Democratic Party's version of Bill Clinton. Poor white guy from the South, highly educated, and guess what? He's just on the wrong side of the fucking party. But what was it? 8 years ago, he hated Trump because he thought Trump wasn't right enough, right, Jim? Wasn't that his excuse?
Something like that.
Yeah.
I don't like him. What do you think of that?
You don't like Vance?
No.
I don't really care for him either.
I don't know what he brings. I don't know what he brings to the party, Julio. I honestly don't know what he's going to do to make Trump's campaign any better. But if I hear one more fucking poll telling me that Kamala Harris is leading Donald Trump, it's weird. Like, there's no way.
He was going to run against an Indian. He should have picked Vivek, right?
Well, JD Vance's wife is Indian.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I didn't think of that.
And look, I don't like
Vivek.
Tulsi Gabbard.
I like that's my
Vivek needs to win an election first. At least JD Vance won his election in Ohio. He did win the election. So you got to give him that kind of credit. It's not easy to win an election.
Especially in Ohio.
Yeah. That was by the skin of his teeth there, Jim, wasn't it?
Who, JD Vance? No, he won by a pretty good margin.
Did he? I thought that was a close race.
No, let's see. I'll look at it. Let's see.
Fair enough.
Even my ex-wife loves him because she read his book and all that kind of thing and watched the movie and thought he was
Oh, I like the movie. The movie was
it's
fine.
great. And then he goes up there and starts doing stumping and doing speeches, and he's fucking boring as fuck.
Oh, well, he's not a Trump, dude. Nobody's Trump on stage as a politician.
I think it's going to make a difference because people care about vice presidents during the election cycle, and he's going to have to debate. I don't know who.
Yeah, we don't even know who is. Well, we don't even know. We don't even know if Kamala. We don't even know if Kamala is the actual fucking candidate yet. Like, there's a whole convention coming up, Jim, and
he won by almost 7 points.
I hope it's a shitstorm at the DNC.
Yeah.
I hope that Fox News and Newsmax and all these guys create a bunch of fake stories to talk about how bad the DNC party is right now, because that's what they do to us. I guarantee you, if Trump dropped out tomorrow, Jim, that they would all be claiming that the Republican Party is in terrible shape. And if Trump, gave all of his money to somebody just because he could, they'd be saying that's foul. You can't do that. There's there's rules to this stuff, but they just accepted Kamala whatever the fuck that bitch's name is, Kamala. They just took her. She got the delegates the Monday after Biden jumped out, Julio. Like, she just made phone calls, and you guys need to believe it. I got enough. And then she makes a couple of quick ads, Jim, and now the whole world thinks that fucking Kamala Harris is running for president to represent the United States of America. That's the scariest part. I don't want her representing anything of America. I don't like her. I think she's a terrible person.
Did you see Trump roasting those interviewers the other night?
No.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't his greatest performance.
Well, he's 70-something years old, dude. Like, he's gonna slow down a little bit.
No, I just better.
Jim, don't eat pizza this late. You keep yawning.
Yeah. I know, I'm tired.
You babysitting tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, early morning or midday or what?
Yeah, early morning, but it's all right.
Are you sure? Because we can end it. It's been 4 hours and 33 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, tomorrow night we can do a shit show. I mean, there's no more theory tomorrow because we didn't make enough in super chats to continue the conversation. So tomorrow night we'll just have. You know what I want to do, Jim? We haven't done a good. We did detract on Matt Barr last night, but he deserved it, dude. You don't strike Katie. Don't do that shit. That's not right. Just because he had no reason to strike her, Julio, except for the fact that he was embarrassed because that video that she clipped, he made members only because he didn't want the world to see what he was saying about, CG fans and all that stuff. You saw the video last night. You were watching, right? So
yeah.
Jim is old and tired. Yeah. It's amazing, right? Like,
me too.
But I'm older than both of you fucknuts.
No, you're not. You're my age. Same thing. I'm on the East Coast. I'm an hour in front of you.
You're 56?
Yes.
What month were you born?
March.
March what?
18.
I'm way older than you. I'm
way older.
I'm 18 days older than you, man.
Are we gonna call it a night then?
Well, yeah, we're just doing our little,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're just. Like,
Dave,
Jim,
give me a minute. Give me a minute to play something.
Jim's only 50, right, Jim?
Yeah, I'm 47.
Sweet summer child.
That's a lie. You're 50. Yeah.
All right, give me a minute, Dave. This is not going to get your channel struck. I just threw this together for you.
Okay.
We're doing John Teeter next Thursday, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Unless we get a bunch of super chats Monday night.
All right.
Or tomorrow night. I love my Rippaverse. Thank you, Uncapped.
Conmen, lonely hearts, believers, and skeptics. They would all play their part to an audience that still left wondering if John Teeter was a man from the future who changed our world forever.
Dear, I had facts when I heard other time travelers calling in from any time past the year 2500 AD. Please let me explain.
I got to tell you, man, that episode of the Y-Files about this Tiddler guy, Julio, is amazing. It's amazing.
Good shit.
It's very convincing, like especially the way he just disappears. Like, yeah, I'm out. And even Art Bell was just so sucked into it. It was great. Man, did Y-Files release a new video tonight? What's their video tonight? Because he does Thursday nights. Let's see.
All right, hey Jim, I'm out.
No new video tonight from Y-Files.
Good night, chat.
Hold on, Julio. You can't leave until we play the outro. At least start it. But thanks, chat, for the super chats. Thank you for the interaction. TPPT, Crazy Cat, you two are the wildest guys in the chat. It's awesome. And we will see you guys tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly what time we'll start. Maybe a little later since it's Friday. And we'll just do our thing. We'll just hang out, talk shit, and have a good time. Thanks, Julio. Thanks, Jim.
Dave.